I just realized my I cannot speak. Hello. My background music had stopped. Hi there, how's everyone doing, if anyone is there? Just want to do a quick audio test if anyone's available to answer. If you can hear me, just say everything is okay. Or not, maybe everything's not okay. And if it's not, then, oh dear. Blah. Hey shorty. Audio a bit low for my voice? Okay, hang on. What if I pull it here, shorty? Is it better? It's just because I've got my head set up a little bit. I can raise my volume on my end now as well. But just go ahead and do that. There we go. Oh, maybe a bit too loud. Nah. Kind of overpowering the mic. Yeah, I can turn down the background music here. That's just for the starting soon screen, which is separate from my usual. Talking of which, I do need to set that up. Typing sounds. Truly a symbol of quality. Sounds fine now? That's great. Awesome. Yeah, I discovered something earlier and I can't believe I haven't been doing this the entire time that I've been uploading my VODs to YouTube. I could have edited highlights on Twitch to cut out the intro times where I'm speaking here or sorting stuff out, so it just goes straight to pre-lobby. This entire time. Oh well. Mistakes have been made and lessons learned, and now there won't be any extra 20 minutes on top of my videos. Unless it's an important 20 minutes, Sometimes it is important. Right. Let's go with the playlist for the day. There we go, and we're going to transition to the playing screen as well. As you can see, here we are. Oh. Just let me know how the music balance is there in the background too. If it's a little too quiet, just tell me. It may end up being so. Oh, I sound very loud to myself now. One moment. Just turn that down on my end. There. What were we doing? Ah, yes, our camera. Oh, the side angle. Ah, perfect. Okay, great. I think we're all good. Let's just go make sure the audio balance is good outside with everyone talking. I can kind of hear it myself. Oh, it's all a little quiet. Okay. We'll just correct that real quick. Do. Turn up the music. Just a little bit, and let's up VRChat's volume as well. Hi there. Oh, did someone just whisper in my ear? CQ. Yo, hey man. How's it going? Just ignore the fact I came out. Whoa, that's a hammer!
Stole it from a warehouse.
It looks very deadly. I'm kind of scared to be hit by that. Yep, yeah. I was gonna crack ribs.
My favorite is when I go like this, I'll just
bong people back. Yep. The stunning
I'm
move.
gonna go like that, so they'll block like this, and I'll immediately just go
jam. Yeah, pretty good. Love the fucking great warhammer, blacksmith's hammer. It's great. Oh, you've got hand switching on it. Nice. Hey, that's awesome. Can you do that with the opposite hand as well? Just on. Okay, still kick. Can you do like?
I can't switch the gun. Because I'm right-handed.
Makes sense.
I can't shoot with my left, and I know that. But I can swing something with my left hand. It's
Mhm.
good enough for me.
Oh, hang on, let me just turn off nameplates ahead of time here. There we go. And I need to turn up. Oh. There. Okay. We'll see how the volume is for the game as we get into it.
In the warehouse, so I don't know why people don't just grab from them.
You're one of the few people who actually dodged with their head, too.
I just took
Everyone
it
else
like a
goes,
man.
"Ha-ha," or haha. And I just go whack.
I mean, you just go back. By the way, Tom. Flarp starts this year again. If you were still interested in coming up.
Yeah,
You can
I'd
make it
actually
work.
be down. I'll have to check my savings, but I would very much still be down for it, so. Because I got a couple of things planned, but I'd hope
I'm
to be
gonna
able to do
have
it.
to see because it actually is. It is pretty damn soon. So that's the
Yeah,
biggest
short
problem at the
notice might
moment.
not be good, but
Plannings-wise,
yeah.
If it ain't
We'll see.
my favorite boys, Tomo and Fox.
Yo, what's up?
What's going on?
Not much, man, you know, just waiting, just prepping, getting ready for everyone's
fixing
character
my
deaths in
animations like
20
always,
minutes.
like 5 minutes before the fucking session.
That's how it be. That's how it go.
Can't break your character if you don't work on it.
You can't break character if you don't know what your character is.
Exactly.
Where's my effects?
My
player?
god, that
Oh,
is a
shit, that
thick
makes Washington
Minari.
a grape. What the fuck?
He's such a big boy.
He's built like you.
That's me as a Minari.
Alright.
Yeah.
Hello. Oh, the rock's not real.
I broke it.
Fortune, how could you?
Oh,
Okay, so does. We'll talk to that now.
Toma said hi.
Okay, what?
I was like, why is she here?
Because my model's uploading because something broke.
Mm-hmm.
This is my only other.
I'm
model that I have
watching you.
uploaded that isn't cringe.
there we go. Shout set up. Hello.
I'm sus.
Oh, you sound dead.
I'm sus, Fortune.
I'm still hard see.
Yee. Vaccinations will do that.
With a broken arm.
Tom,
Fell on the arm.
you know
Yep.
Neon Divide, right?
Yeah.
You know the pill bugs, right?
Yes, yeah.
I need to. So I made a thing, and I don't know if it works in full body yet, but
Hang on, give a sec. You're just loading for me. Oh my god,
it does
are
not
they
work
all in a
full
jacket?
body. I noticed. It is so it does not work in full body, sadly.
Mhm.
But it's 3 pill bugs for the
It's so cute. I love it.
But yeah, I need to be in half body for this because it's a weird thing. My arms are not.
Yeah, that's great. That's
Where is-
awesome.
Go back.
Yeah, no, that's not everyone.
Was that just 3
There we
people
go.
standing on top of each other in a trench coat?
Yeah.
Hell yeah. Wait.
Just put 3 pill bugs in a trench coat. Good. And because people mentioned that somebody wanted to play a pill bug,
What do you mean?
3 pill bugs in a trench coat, so I just made it.
Okay, I was about to ask.
Ah, welcome, FaZe. Welcome.
I'm gonna go live now. I'm going to be
Did you get my?
Yeah, it was very cute.
Look at that anime.
Foxy does a lot of the Neon Divide model work. He's also done a few people's models here in Rosewood, or at least everyone's weapons, pretty much.
How did I get up here? Look at you, Gale.
Oh,
Do a flip. Do a flip.
Oh shit, I missed.
Yeah, you did.
somewhere in the world, someone just got hit by an arrow at Mach 10. Some poor kobold somewhere is struggling.
Christopher. Okay, start the session without killing me. Don't worry, it'll happen one day.
Look, Ty is not here.
Never mind, I'm being called in.
I don't know where did Louie and Delta go?
Look at the midget. Look at the midget.
Your mom.
Look at how small they are.
Alright, I'm meant to come along to these now, right, yeah. Ooh.
Yeah, you can come in now.
Yeah, I might as well. Do you stream them or do you keep them private, by the way?
Behind the stage. It doesn't really matter. You can
Okay.
stream it if you want.
I'll just hop in with my stream there, that's fine. Yeah. Oh. Oh. Where am I going? I'm very confused. Ah, that was where. I totally knew that, guys.
Yeah. If we can do that, yeah, that'd be awesome. Oh, we love it.
It's fine, it's fine. Tel'Kahras, welcome to, staff meeting / mod meeting.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm part of the team now. Oh.
Time to haste.
Tase him. Let's tase him.
Oh no, this is the welcoming process?
Come on, mod, do your thing. Mod, I need NPCs for my mission. I need it for my event. Mod, you need to get me my NPCs.
But if it's the same thing.
I need a NPC for Mordred. I need you to come with me.
See how to deal with it.
Come on. All right. Delta, I've brought you an NPC. Here you go. You do the rest. I've done my part.
Thank you. Mod. I want you to play something for the map for me. I want a giant statue
that's
of
my actual
Bombadil
role.
in the main camp.
Oh yeah, I can definitely do that. Let me see if it's in the budget. No.
Make it a Funko Pop. Oh,
Little Funko Pop.
I got some tea. Ah.
Someone's yelling.
I'm gonna tweak my music. It's too loud.
Someone is yelling.
Potential death cards going up by then. I'm scared. Yeah.
I hope it's not Bellacosa. It's always sad. It's a bad time when Bellacosa and Bombadil fight. Look at that thing. That's a rift beast.
Look at that big boy. To the illusory thing today. You'll see. I'll add a bracket spoilers tag to the
I have a
pre-lobby stuff.
I have a version of this one that is like maybe 3 times the size.
10 times bigger.
It's absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, it's huge.
Might as well.
Yeah.
He is squatting though.
I feel
Can't hear anything?
Oh, shit.
No, it's my audio is just.
feel like I was
because
rough
he
down.
on his tippy toes for once. My audio got turned
Okay, in the
on.
right headphones.
So big.
Thought he was gonna dance.
Just walking my tippy toes. That's how you
But I like the shot.
No, I'm dead already. No, you can't. No, because of character development, I refuse.
It is your kind of purple, to be honest.
No, quite the opposite.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. Genuinely, I have no idea. This was the last minute. Oh, what the fuck?
Oh.
Relatively.
Was it?
Why did it?
I am tempted to do it.
Amira, come on, cancel your magic.
I mean, you can entirely up to you. We don't have anyone slotted for it.
Do
Oh, there
it.
it goes.
There you go.
For me, there's nothing in
What episode are we on now?
Freeze in.
Oh, 6.
Everybody.
I
Episode
don't
6.
know why that happened.
Thank you.
Hello.
I'm just
Alright.
That's
Alright, so today we're obviously going to be going over Farrellin's combat session that is going to end with a fight with a illusionary rift beast. Other than that, this is probably going to be a day where students are going to come and bother you about spells and things they're working on and all that fun stuff. And feel free to go and have your own fun and mess with the kids as much as you like. We're going to be using the same team-ups as we did last week, so that'll be Ignis Umbra, Lumen Terra, Aquaventus, because that's what Fairland told me he wants to stick with for this session. Beyond that, NPCs are going to be doing Madaris today. However, one thing we don't have slotted yet is who is going to play the Illusionary Rift Beast. I can definitely do it if nobody wants to. If anybody wants it? Anybody wants to beat up kids?
Caslin, we know you want kids.
Wants to beat the kids.
We know you want to kick some kids' ass.
I don't know.
I will do it.
I
will beat up the child.
I've been here the whole time.
You're a hero, Leo.
Quotable.
You wanna beat up the kids?
Sure, why not? Nobody else was coming forward with it, so let's go.
All right. So the Rift Beast we're using is over there. It's the one on the left.
I think we're missing 2 members of Lumen today as
He
well,
has
so
a roar and an out of character toggle.
it'll be a fair free and free for Terra and Lumen.
Cool.
I need those.
There we go. Wow.
Tom.
Hmm?
That's great.
Oh, my bad, sorry.
I just
I wish I had eyes in the back of my head, man. I could see when I'm blocking views.
Yeah.
I need like a pair down here for viewing all the Vike, and I need a pair in the back of my head for whenever I'm in front of someone.
Ah, jeez.
Could that yell?
Let's invest.
I'm gonna make your chinchilla watch.
Oh, you're still here. Okay.
That's not a button.
Yeah.
Okay.
What were you checking?
Because everybody was looking over there, you were still standing over there like.
No. I'm reading stuff here.
Helicopter at the kids.
If they get hit, it's their fault.
Where's your eye point right now? Like, where's your viewpoint?
Oh.
Who's above the head?
Right, how's that stream performance? All good. Missions today? No, the mission is tomorrow. And by tomorrow, I mean next week's RP. Slash the next day. You die, you're dead, you ain't coming back. Yeah, and in this RP, you die. Even if that's to a professor beating you. Right, let's go set up our full body real quick, shall we?
It's a metagame. Let's go.
I have small.
Yay!
Pog champ. Which one does Fen play again?
Shit.
Oh.
That one?
Yeah.
Oh no.
Yeah, my hands are also, the staff is still pink, and for some reason, I closed my Gambeson because,
That seems good.
yeah, I don't know what happened.
Oh.
It's okay though,
Bit
you
of
don't
lag.
have to fix it right now. I can just,
Oh, we'll just check our render settings as well.
like things still saved, so
I'm ready for Avi to get PTSD.
yeah, I just
If we can.
bring it.
Oh dear, bit of lag.
Do you want me to
Ooh.
say
Okay. We won't. We'll hope it'll be okay. It should be. Usually is. You comfy there? Comfy there, Delta?
Yeah, I'm just on the ground, like hardwood.
Oh,
Just
some good hardwood.
Tel'Kahras,
Enjoying
how
yourself,
was your
Delta?
day?
Oh, it was pleasant.
Hello there, Realm.
yourself?
How was your day?
My day is just starting, sir, and I have a bad feeling that we're not gonna have a good one.
Don't
Because I have-
worry.
Delta, you fucking twink. Get a
of adding this expression.
What? Come on.
Jesus Christ.
When
I had the privilege of adding this expression because I knew this was gonna happen.
Oh, sorry.
and then you go to keep home. Damn.
I mean, it can-
Good. Revenge.
Wait.
Oh shit, there he goes, That's really good.
No.
Oh my god.
No.
Oh
Oh god, he's going, he's going.
Wait. My leg. My leg. Where did my leg?
Oh no.
Plants. Why am I doing these plants?
Very good.
Die, you
Where am
filthy
I?
bug. Where the fuck Aqua is.
Sheesh. Here's my question. Did you want me to
Get away from me.
Discord on classes, or did you just want
Alright, that's true. Lupe did say I needed to study bugs. Can I create like an illusory Mordred? Can that be my final goal?
perfectly replicate Mordred?
Yeah.
I don't think the world's ready for 2 Mordreds.
The world would end.
It's not. The world would end because there can only be one. In every reality.
I believe.
Are we done here?
I think so, but we should still get, where is...
Oh, my leg.
No, it just takes up a lot of that's all, but it's fine if that's what needs to happen, that's what needs to happen. We will work with that.
Swap out for a class, I can get 1 or 2 of them. So you don't have to be there.
That's the thing.
Every single one.
Oh no, they're fine. They just look strange looking down.
Yeah, we're gonna sit used to whispering and yelling again.
Maybe, would it be more...
Ah.
Delta.
Yeah, why aren't we using NPCs for this? That's a fair
Actually,
question.
You want to plant the crop.
What you mentioned earlier. What if we have students...
Okay, I think we're all done with mod meeting and stuff.
Thanks.
And then hopefully towards
Clothing,
the end,
clothing,
maybe
clothing.
within like an hour and a half, we just
Yeah, I did add it, hell yeah.
Oh.
Hey, nice.
Oh, geez.
Magical eggplant and zucchini.
Sure,
Got
yeah, we
burned.
can do. Well, we've done
You rolled
some-
nat 1 on
do a
T.
lot more too, right?
Big greenhouse.
Morning, see natural one.
Everybody who wants space.
Gonna do it again
You got
today.
severe burns on T? Like,
I'm
Yeah,
time.
oh no.
a natural one.
I was controlling the walls. I'm gonna be walking
So
back
we're
to
going live
Aqua.
in like 2-3 minutes, so...
Yeah, we should go.
Go and actually get my stream ready.
Oh, let's go, gamers. Oh no, Louis, you're so slow. Oh.
Bombadil.
I'm all.
Yeah.
Whoa.
They've known about it for over a year and they don't care.
I just felt the need to dab. I don't know why.
Can we also, like, man the wall during your downtime there? Inside where I wake up.
If it is pegged to 11,
No,
then yes.
granted, right?
No, of course not.
I just got spiked by Fox's wings.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the thing. So you can generally...
Okay, that was to my side. My chest.
You can also
I'm not sticking into that. Honestly, it's literally just
Tomo's going like this or this every time.
Yep.
So my optimal strategy is just to swing wide.
Or slab squat under. My balls.
Idiot kick.
There's no defense.
Oh man, hang on. I got it. If you want to restart, now is your time. Like, because we're
I like.
2 minutes.
It's a good strat.
Optional idea is to go back.
Who needs melee prowess when you can just have a heavy hammer and absolutely scare everyone into submission, you know? Hey.
Why not have both?
Why not? Yeah, both is even worse.
Oh, they've, broken important or something like that, like, things along those lines. So it's just...
Shit, watch out. Don't walk in the middle of the fucking road, Fen.
I'm gonna get run over.
Fortune, look up. Oh, hey, Ben. Look up, Fortune.
Hi.
Are we ready for Big Madari?
Big Madari is fucking huge.
Bring the big Madari in.
Yeah, because it fits his voice better.
Oh my god, I love it. Yes.
I do have a bruise.
He's like Vike sized, right?
He's gonna make it a little smaller. He's gonna make it a little smaller next session because he's a little too big. But he's fine.
I swear he's like the size of Bombadil.
I'll.
A definite maybe.
Yeah, he's
bigger than me.
He's bigger.
He's our chef. Welcome our new chef.
Oh.
the first time I'll be. Or it's not the first time I was bruised. It won't be the last.
Fortune just watched. Ow, 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 don't hurt your professor like that. I was sharpening their stick.
Yo, the hair is cut. There it is.
Hair has been cut.
Look at that braid. Looks good. Awesome.
Hang on, thanks. I'm struggling. Give me a second.
Hello, am I shouting? Am I yelling? Am I yelling? Oh my god.
I think just one of my trackers.
Yes, you're yelling, you absolute mongrel.
I can't make it right now.
There we go.
You tell me I can't be on fucking stamina addiction, so I need to be coffee addicted instead. So give me the
Hang on, let me just.
Oh.
Hello!
Yo, what's up, Zuko? How's it going, man? Why am I abused?
Can't wait to do that. Can't wait to do that to you today.
I'm gonna drop kick you.
Because it's Unity, so you know it never works.
What are you, Yiko?
No, but I can be.
They're minor things, so it's fine.
What up?
But it's annoying.
Actually,
Zuko.
I think we have a few stragglers.
Test. Oh. Mother.
You know what? Tracking seems to be better.
We actually don't have a whole lot of announcements today. So, really, it's mostly just that we are going to be ringing event bells again today, so make sure you have your world audio up. Again, if you don't want the music, you can go ahead and turn it off just so you can still hear the bells. And also, I just want to advise that you guys have some water or something to take care of yourselves on hand, because there's going to be some combat today. And, yeah, just don't want anyone pass out or anything. I know it can be a little bit intense sometimes, so just make sure you got what you
That's
need,
why I
and then
brought cider.
you're welcome to head into the map. I'll ring the rooster shortly.
Okie dokie.
Right,
Right now?
You fell off the stage.
Oh my god,
Jackson. We'll head on through in just a sec. I'll just have a drink real quick. First time chat. Dom Smithy bye. No. Let's get rid of that bot right there. No, sir.
You're gonna love to see that.
Oh, I don't have my Twitch stuff open. You know, it's fine. It's fine. I'll deal with that after stream. Hey Ramper, welcome to the stream, by the way. In from uni and dozed off, exhausted as heck. Oof. Well, I hope it went well for you, you know?
On the scarf, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, there is still some work.
Okay, right. Who's asking for it? Nope.
You wanna fight? You wanna fight?
Let's change our description real quick, shall we?
Our new chef. We don't really have much.
I'm whatever
It's just
you want.
mostly
I
gonna
actually
ring
like
roosters.
that he's that.
Oh shit.
Yes.
I like that he looks like he could eat a vatty.
There we go. Okay, and let's go in place. Lumen. Into our special room. Oh right, yeah, doesn't CQ start in here now? He might not. He might start up early, already running, who knows. My roommate's never around. Oh. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and do a quick transition here as a point for me to cut from. Or at least chapter. And 3, 2, 1. Hello there and welcome everyone to episode 6 of Rosewood. The RP is about to start, so we're just going to go get ourselves character ready and in place. In terms of filling you in on some downtime information as to what happened last session, Tel practiced making some tea, practiced some illusion magic with said tea, and had some nasty experiences as instead of creating a set of petals floating within the tea that Bombilla taught him to make with his illusion magic, he instead created a chunk of Vike flesh belonging to Jackson in there instead. Of course it was just an illusion, but he failed and knocked it over, startled from the results, and really needs to practice before he tries that again. There we go. And we can't actually lie down. We can sit though, so that's fine. Oh. And now we just wait for the rooster. Oh, in terms of sleeping rules, Tel this particular session, that was loud, got a 14 total for his sleep check, meaning he rested well once again. So, with multiple rests that have gone well in terms of rolls for him, he's going to be feeling a bit better. And let's begin. Ugh. Well, I've slept worse. Everything's still in place. Nothing looks like it's been moved. Yet again, Val isn't here in the morning. Strange, he has so many chances to strike, yet he doesn't. Perhaps I can trust him. Well. May as well get started.
Good morning, Tal.
Good morning, Val. I didn't even see him. He must have been hiding, watching me. I thought he'd already left, but perhaps he was behind the mirror. Must have been. Oh. We almost had it perfect, guys. Almost. Next time. I believe. And finally. Perfect. Actually, I can probably leave this. Just for now. It's a bit cumbersome. Is that a hammer I see?
Yes, I found it in the warehouse.
Oh, well. Suit yourself. Quite a large and brutish thing. You're going to be swinging it heavy, knocking everyone out, or... Not that I'm saying you don't have the strength, just...
It's not that heavy.
I see. Maybe he's stronger than I give him credit for.
Of course, in the event that any of the armor I've just laid out on my bed goes missing.
None of the armor's going missing. Trust me, your hoard is safe and so is mine. Not a finger. You just say he had wine. No, can't do that, can't betray trust. No, bad tale, calm down. No wine. You have wine, and Cecilia's wine. He can have one. One is fine. Our audio's a little bit fucky, so we'll just sort that out. Just gonna up VRChat a bit there. There we go. Basic, just for reference, on the Sleepy Boy dice, I got a 14 this time round. Oh god, we walked through the wall. Alright, and let's get out there. Ooh, morning.
Hello. Oh my god, actually. Morning.
Morning, Serenia. Anyone help themselves to the tea? No? Yes? No. Alright, I'm gonna go warm some up. Shame to go to waste. Low heat, right? Right. And now I just wait and watch. Got to make more of this later anyways. You don't think it'll be a problem reheating tea, right?
No, I don't think so. Brewing tea is not that hard.
I see, Bombadil never explained that part of the process. I just, was preparing some chamomile tea yesterday and left some on the side there, but it seemed no one took notice. Oh well, it's fine. Just practicing. Please be warm.
What have you put in it?
Well, it's Bombadil's secret recipe, as it were. So I'm not at liberty to share. But it's chamomile tea. It's very good, very good. A hint of magic, per se. You're welcome to have some if you'd like. I mean, I made enough for 4, so...
Yeah, sure. I would love to try some.
Okay. That should do with heating it up. Do we have cups here? Yes, we do. Okay. You want a little or a lot?
I like tea.
Okay, a lot. Got it. 1 Furbolg-sized cup of tea.
Oh god. That's like a pint. Okay.
You said you liked a lot.
In a couple hours we'll know it was poisoned. I do. It's gonna be a little hard
It's
to finish.
definitely not poisoned. At least I hope not. I didn't put anything in it in the night, but I'm not saying one of our companions couldn't. You know, Val did threaten me with his hammer earlier. Safe to say he could poison the tea.
Alright. Bottoms up.
Yep, that's still good.
This is quite good. It's quite nice.
I'll admit I was just copying what Bombadil taught me, so not exactly my own recipe or method.
I think I'll use a little bit of honey.
Honey?
Could you please?
Right. Where? At the back?
Thank you. At these.
Ah, got you.
Thank you.
There.
Yeah.
We should really get you like a small stool or something just to help with reaching. Or cut the table down. Is honey usually added to tea? Is that a...
Just put it in a spot where I can reach.
Is that a regular thing? Do people do that?
Honey and tea, yes. It's very good.
I'm going to try some. How much? Like a big dollop, or...?
That depends on how much you like things sweet. And sometimes some teas are better. Not very sweet, but maybe just a little.
Just a tad.
Completely to your liking. You could try a
oh
little
god,
bit
it's dripping
and
down
add
the...
more if you like it.
That's fine.
Oh, be careful.
It's all good. God, that's sweet.
Yes, it is.
So, I heard from Bombadil that tea making is a form of alchemy, right?
Well, baking is also technically a form of alchemy.
Baking? Wait, you mean... Oh my god,
Like
it's so
bread
connected.
and cake?
Sponge cake?
Yes. Because you need the yeast and it needs to be able to rise, it needs the sugars. So it's all connected, and if you add an ingredient too fast, it might screw up the process.
Right, you might burn the sponges you put in.
Sponges.
For the sponge cake.
You shouldn't eat those. No.
But it's a sponge cake. It's integral.
It's the sponge in sponge cake refers to the cake itself being of a spongy texture, not that it contains actual sponge.
Look, the one time I tried sponge cake, and sponge cake, as it was referred to, both myself and Lafron were very fond of the sponge cake. Not the sponge cake, but the sponge cake. In fact, we plan on making more.
Dragons have a very interesting appetite.
Yes, we do. We do. It's a good appetite, you know. Good to eat things. Lots of things, as long as they're not bad for you or poisoned.
I don't think eating sponges is very nutritious, actually.
You should try it. You can really taste the nutrition with every bite.
I think
so
I'll
chewy. Well, that was great. I'm just going to leave this on the side and hope that someone takes it if they come back in. I do need to make more for Team Terra. I've got their captain coming over later.
Oh. As an apology?
No, yes, definitely an apology.
Hope he's alright. I think he might be fine. He was with us later in the day.
Yes, he seemed to actually respect me for my actions. It's more just what's the best way to put it? Need to make amends, I feel, you know? My feelings towards the matter are still quite clouded.
I mean, it's not like he gave you an easy fight.
Oh no, he did climb up me and sock me several times.
God, I envy it. I don't think I could do that.
Maybe one day. We'll see you climb up a rift beast and punch it to death, hmm?
Oh God, no.
That would be quite the sight, though. Imagine the tales. Angry Vaike deals with ferocious rift beast by climbing the beast and beating it to death with their bare hands.
And much more useful further away.
Right, but sometimes you're going to be up close. Wouldn't hurt to learn how to throw a punch or two. Surely.
Yeah, I had
good morning, Lafron.
Helped me with some starfighting yesterday.
I see. Well, it's good. I'm glad. I'm glad you're progressing.
Good morning, Lafron.
Lafron, while I have you here, I was just discussing the intricacies of sponge cake and its nutritional value.
Oh, good morning.
Good morning, everyone. Right.
Good morning.
They're going quick.
Yeah, might have
Very certainly.
Maybe they're just hungry.
Could be. I am too, a little bit.
Understand that. I haven't really ate all too
Perhaps we
much
should
in the last few days.
Walk and talk?
Yes.
Or teleport and talk, even better.
Agreed.
I mean, we have more time.
Yes.
Maybe go the long way.
Oh, that's true. We could... let's walk then. Fine.
But I would agree the consistency of a sponge cake and the delectability it carries quite enjoyable.
Which one? Was the one with the actual sponges?
The sponge cake or the sponge cake?
I imagine both. I find both to be enjoyable.
Why?
I don't know if I've had one without sponges. Are they supposed to have sponges in them?
No.
But the one we had sponges in and it was great.
Yes, it was wonderful.
It'd be even better
Hopefully we
without
can
them.
recreate
It
it.
just refers to the
I
texture.
really do
of
hope
the
so.
cake. It's not actually sponges.
Oh, you know, Lafron, I did hear that baking is a form of alchemy, so... it's within my training.
Lots of things are forms of alchemy.
Well, it'd be lovely to see how that may come about. I'm only really present for the alchemy division to help with foraging and the like, but I could try a hand in baking.
Perhaps you could find sponges for me.
Brewing tea lately. Perhaps I could.
I wonder
Be
where they
amazing.
grow.
I think in the sea. I do believe, from what I last remember.
Oh god, not the sea. You definitely need to collect them for me.
I'm not exactly well fitted for underwater adventures. Unfortunately.
This is a predicament.
Well, you could ask the help of someone who carries an affinity for the water.
How do you feel about getting
Sorry,
sponges?
I didn't hear the first part of that. I don't feel like
Do you fancy
diving.
yourself
It's
a
not
good
the only
swimmer?
way. No. I don't know how.
Oh.
I'm sure there's someone we could ask.
Well, of course. Possibly one of the members of Aqua, since they do utilize the
Professor
pool.
Harris.
They must
That
have some
makes sense.
experience in swimming.
Surely. Good morning, Professor.
Good morning, Professor.
Good
morning,
girls
Joe.
today.
Good morning, Gunuru.
Good morning, Professor.
Good morning, Lefron.
You know, I swear I never see the Madari about. They're so busy
We're having
walking.
a conversation about sponge cake with actual sponges. Please help.
You're having a conversation about sponge cake. Good morning, Ivian.
There he goes.
Morning, sir. Sorry, I was just in my head.
Don't forget to say good morning as you're passing by. Professor Skyett will not be pleased if you walk by without saying it.
That's a very good point.
Yes, sir.
Good morning, Ivian.
Run this by me one more time. You're having a conversation about sponge cake.
Yes.
Yes.
I've tried to explain to them that that's not how it works. To no avail.
You'll have to catch me up on this conversation. What is the argument?
Well, you see, I once before, alongside Lefron, had partook in a quite delightful sponge cake. And we're not just talking about a regular sponge cake, but a sponge cake, where it uses actual locally sourced sponges in its creation, and it's truly a delicacy, really, I'd argue. Quite a lot of fibre with every bite.
There was a bit of
Where did you
creamy,
eat this sponge cake?
The Ignis Dome.
Oh, yes.
Who made it?
It was Abdel. She was a previous team member of mine. She made
Where
it
was
very
she
well.
from?
Good morning.
Good morning, Avi.
Why does everyone do that?
Morning, Avi. From I believe Essex. Favira. My knowledge of the
Essex or Favira, which one?
That's
They're
a
in
big
very different
difference.
areas.
That's a very, very big difference.
Where was Waldron Keep from?
Favira.
Favira.
Favira. She's not from Waldron. I don't believe that she's.
And well, I can tell you this. I've been alive for a long time. I've never had a sponge cake made out of actual sponges.
Would you like to try?
Yes. Oh. What?
Oh, see? It is a
Professor,
delicacy.
please,
I am going
no.
to assume it is a local delicacy.
I'm glad he agrees.
Where's he
I'm
from?
going to assume... I actually haven't asked. Never bothered getting around to it.
He looks Essexian, if I'm not going to lie.
And so I'm going to assume it's a local specialty from a small port town. If it is isolated enough, I'm sure someone's done it.
But they're not. Sponges are tough and rough. Why would you eat them?
To
They're
become
not.
tough and
There's
rough.
no value in eating them. No, that's not how
Strengthens the body
that
and mind.
works.
You are what you eat, I remember
No.
reading that.
Goes with the.
Where?
You're going to make yourself sick eating sponges.
Thank you.
We weren't sick last
Getting
time.
sick after consuming them.
No.
Clarification. Sponges from the sea, not
It's glad to
Of
know
clean
it's not a
supplies.
Dragonkin thing, at least.
Well, I tried to find those sorts of sponges, but I wasn't successful. It's quite difficult.
No, because
fishing
they're in
for
the
those.
ocean.
No, well,
Please
it was in the
run.
ocean. Well,
I should probably not tell them it was
So
the
good morning,
cleaning
Rom.
supplies we used here.
Please go.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Actual.
We're talking about sponge cake.
Eating sponges. Sponge
Still
cake.
have it.
Don't ask about it.
I can't get my head around it. I don't get it.
You will get it if you try, sir. It's
Assume
delightful.
it's a local specialty.
No, look, at least I want the bottle back.
Yeah, specialty.
Really
The
care
fun.
anymore if there's anything
We're stealing
in it.
another
It's just
culture's
a
local
bottle from
specialty
home.
and making it our own. Is this okay?
Awesome. Whoever it
I
is.
There's a local
think-
I
specialty
don't have it.
for a couple of
I
villages.
hope it
Most likely.
isn't wrong.
More
I'll tell
specifically.
her. It's my
find
name.
it was just
Ask
simply
him.
delving into the delicious
He seems like the
uniqueness
type.
of another culture.
Mm.
Kind of paving it forward in a way. If that makes
Good
sense.
morning, Val.
Perhaps we could become cultural heroes, return to their village, and bring them the best
Any
sponge
day.
cake they've ever tasted.
Food sounds good.
I'm
I'll
going.
be revered.
Yeah, let's.
It's a plan.
Oh,
Genius.
Have a good rest of your morning.
Sorry, it seems you're not in the mood for questions, so keep it for later. Cal,
No, go ahead.
Bud,
I'm just trying to figure out how to
Later.
move on from
I've got a name.
sponge cake.
oh,
Sponge cake.
Ram.
I see.
Okay.
Oh, Professor.
Thank you.
Actually, I also.
Where's
wanted
my
to
bottle?
ask
What
if
bottle?
Possibly later today we could resume another lesson.
A bottle of
with
whiskey.
the,
You know the
Nothing.
glass bottle with like wings wrapped, like the wings engraved around it.
Thank you, sir.
You'll have to wait.
You
Plans for the day,
knew
but
the one that we had the first day
I
where you
doubt I
were
will
inside
be
of the
busy,
Lumen
so as
Dawn?
long as you're not
Yes.
in lessons.
Yes,
I think.
my whiskey.
should have
Yeah,
Hmm.
Yes, sir.
I gave it to a Madari as bartering.
Why did you give it to Madari?
They were quite a fan of it, you know. They ran off immediately, and I think they may have drunk
What
it.
kind of milk is it?
It was a
I don't know.
It was a
I think it's
personal
his.
item.
I assume. I don't know. It's warm.
Well, I'm sorry, it's a Madari's personal item now. Actually, it's my personal item. I'm just not telling him the truth.
Alright.
As long as we don't mess with their homes.
So,
Partially squeezed, I think, at least.
You want it? You're gonna have to go look
don't
in
you
there.
think that
Ram.
it, that
Break
I
on in,
don't-
kick the door down.
I've never had Madari
Take
milk.
it back.
I don't
Assert
think
your
I want
you
dominance.
got
Madari
it
milk.
back? You're the one who gave it away.
He seems eager to give it
Well,
to
you
people.
gave it to me.
How do you know it's not poison?
No, I wanted to share it with people, and I forgot to bring it back.
Well, it sounds like
I
your
don't care about
problem,
the
Ram.
contents. I care about the bottle itself more.
Perhaps.
The bottle, the
Growing
bottle's
boy who's got
special to
growing
you.
bones.
Don't be angry at me.
Yes.
Look, I haven't done anything. I've just given
Just say
a
no to
bottle
some
that was given to
calcium.
me as a
Gave it
gift
away.
to a Madari.
You can say no.
Well, first off, giving away
I
a gift
want
that
to
you
save the
received is
world
rude.
and kill
Second, it
everyone.
wasn't a
Haven't
gift to
you
you
learned
personally,
anything?
specifically. The content was, maybe. The bottle wasn't.
Drink the Madari milk
I
if you want to
asked
save
if
the
I could
world.
have
That
it,
was- that
and
was
you
his
said
words.
yes. But be careful.
And I will
So I
drink
shared
I didn't
with
say
them.
yes, otherwise I wouldn't.
Although I do have a question for you, if you'd like. Humor me at least.
I'm just saying the Madari are to blame here, Ram.
If you want to walk farther away, we can.
Wait, what are they talking about?
I don't know. I've been very distracted by Madari milk.
Get my bottle.
Look. Bud, I don't know what your problem is, but if you keep acting like this, there will be one.
Do you have any recommendations?
All right. Good.
Recommendations for magic.
You don't live up to your
Should I offer
avian
some?
splendor.
Professor Heller, please, magic defense, Professor.
Hey, have some Madari milk. You're not
Madari
you and you don't have your Madari milk. This might
I
make you feel
need some
better.
Madari milk, definitely.
Enjoy.
In terms of defensive magic.
Alright, I did
Don't
my
drink-
good deed for today. I knew today was gonna shape up well.
I think there was some hair in it.
Metal.
That's disgusting.
Larger black.
Ooh.
And physical projectiles.
I just wanted to
Don't
get out of that
eat.
conversation.
Wall of fire is not gonna stop.
Or drink. Anything Martesh gives you.
Noted, it's usually poisoned, I take it.
The problem is that we don't know what it is.
Physical ranged
That's true, I just accepted something off of the largest wild card in the academy. Without a second for what has become of me.
Well, I'd lean towards,
Thank you for having my back.
It's fine. Though I heard from Neller that you had a conversation with Bombadil.
I did? Is this public knowledge? I thought it was private.
Well, we talked about it in the middle of the main building. Maybe it's not as private as you want it to be.
Oh, great. It seems like I need to have a little chat with Bombadil. Unless Nella's spying.
He has been walking back and forth on that ledge for quite some time.
Oh. Well. You know, what he said, it was nothing bad, right? Completely fine. I'm not in trouble or anything. He's not looking to kill me in my sleep, no?
No, just interesting actions, I suppose.
Oh. Well,
You
that's,
mentioned something strange about lineage. Not quite
Lineage.
sure what he meant by that.
I have no idea, you know. No idea at all. Perhaps he just refers to the area of Drozer I come from, you know, the south. Some of us Dragonkin are different. After all, I have wings, and you don't, so might have been talking about that. Please don't catch on.
Sure, that wasn't what he had mentioned, but... I suppose I'll have to do my own research. You don't suppose Gil is talking to him about...
Probably.
Yeah.
Maybe worth us butting in.
If you think that's best.
I mean, it's regarding our kind, if that is the case. I'm sure it's nothing bad. Fellow Dragonkin coming together, you know? Never mind.
Mm.
Hello. Should we grab them, maybe?
I don't think either one of them are leaders. I don't think they're needed for the bell, but we should probably head to where we're supposed to be.
Right.
Okay, there you go. That's nice.
Hello.
Greetings.
I had a nasty experience with milk.
With milk?
Madari milk.
Milk?
Cerelia saved me.
What did...
You may want to talk to Murdesh about that.
Yes.
Yes,
Gil?
Gilligan?
You okay?
Anyway. Sorry, I wasn't prepared for that. I was just giving the Thrawn the rundown of what we had the conversation about the other day.
I did say.
You can find a shield brother within me.
You also said, actually.
I would not betray you.
I'm glad. Yes, that's. It's good. You know, we're all on the same page here. It's very very important. I'm glad that's the case, right?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Very fitting of us Dragonkin to band together.
Well, cause a union in sorts.
We'll see how it goes.
Best be getting. Best be getting to our meeting location. I can't be late twice in a row. Yora will have my head.
Yeah, that's...
Yes.
Or give me a finger wagging.
Are you aware where your location is, Lefron?
I do believe Zugu to meet in the town hall. So
I see.
the main hall, that is.
I see you there.
Oh, well, we have the central garden zone, so you're free to come along, I suppose. If you'd like to teleport or walk.
Oh, of course. That'll make things so much easier.
Yes, yes, after our busy conversation. Let's just... That's better. Right. Oh, and just for reference, Aurelia, the tea was definitely not poisoned.
Yeah, sure you'll find something if you're that desperate to stab someone.
I guess I'll find out when I see Nora later, and she's perfectly fine, right?
Yes, yes. Did I just hear you mention about Ivan stabbing someone in their sleep?
I was almost there.
He stabbed someone? What?
And you, which one of you supposed to double for Cecilia today?
Oh, I think Val agreed to do it.
Oh. Don't we have a second in command?
No, we never really agreed. We just kind of still deciding that, you know?
Oh.
Both myself and Aurelia didn't really see ourselves appropriate at the time. I really need food.
It's good.
Mm-hmm.
These are quite nice.
What is it, the strange stick things?
I think it's squid.
Can I just...
Not usually one for me. You can try one if you'd like.
Oh, I have had this, yes. Oh.
You can have it. I had lots. I had way much.
Thank you, that saves me the journey. What I would have killed for stuff like this in
I was
Druza.
rather distracted by Murtesh giving me strange milk. Did he happen to say anything about his whiskey bottle?
He was, can never be too careful with ranges. He's looking at us.
He looks a bit dejected.
These birds, their ears, hear everything. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised. No. Perhaps he's hiding elsewhere. Or perhaps we're lucky. Well, for reference, he did ask about it. He was very angry. It's given to a Madari.
I see.
A fictional Madari.
Captain's code for that captain stuff.
Very real.
In there.
So if I were to go looking for this Madari, it wouldn't be, in your room or anything?
Hello, are you listening?
Don't ask that.
Well, just directly wondering, everyone's always listening. I was just wondering. We were talking about Lumen private plans, and I saw an individual looking, and I was a little worried because of the Lumen private plans being interrupted. Very, very private, tactical plans, See, it's so private, I've embarrassed Anura.
Just move.
Don't worry. I don't need to listen to your plans. It's fine.
Okay.
We're just working things out.
Right, I see. Well, just going to shuffle over here.
Space around here.
Nice octopus.
You really know how to make yourself look suspicious.
If you're always looking suspicious, when are you suspicious?
All the time, and you'll be blamed for everything.
That explains a lot. So, anyways, the fictional Madari may be in my room, yes.
Alright.
Can't you just make a cast of the bottle and make a...
Do you think I'm part of the crafting Oh. Good point. But that would mean so is Raum.
Yes.
Ah, that makes it difficult.
He did
Fine
happen to
project.
mention that it was special to him. That's all.
Well, look. One man's treasures, another man's, Ord?
Stolen goods.
Ord. Talking of this octopus, it truly is a treasure.
I bet. I know I would be very upset if somebody took my staff.
Well, I'd never take your staff.
Lumen.
I'm sure you know all about how that feels, Tel'Kahras.
Yes, I'm very aware of how it feels to have things stolen that are private, so I would never
Yes, there was. I was asked to.
let that happen to me again.
It's a personal request from student Kingsley.
Regardless,
Would seem standard
today we will be doing more combat exercises with Professor Octavian. We are with Terror Group again. We are Group 2.
Want to make sure they're written down.
Okay, well, my bruise is revealed, so...
There will be one bell. That means you have a minute to get to the arena.
He wanted it delivered.
Afterwards, you will hear a double bell.
For you to
It will signify class has started and that you are late.
Yes.
Right.
Very good.
Perhaps you could give me a description of this.
So that's
We
the...
do need all of our weapons.
Very tall furball.
Okay, I'll have to go collect it.
Be full ready for combat.
Of course.
And you said we're the second group, so the second set of bells or the first
We are
set
the
of
second group. The second set of bells is when we go.
Right.
I'll see what
Great.
So we'll hear the bell
Additionally-
ring 3 times, and then after go.
Thank you.
After the 3 first times,
You'll hear a single ring. A minute later, a double
when we
ring.
go.
The next single ring is when we go, yes.
Hey.
Additionally, our performance immediately dictates on if we are going on a scouting mission to the village.
Let's hope not beating each other up again.
Right.
Just pick someone you don't like.
I mean...
They won't do the same thing twice.
I don't think I don't like any of
Someone
them.
you can work
Let's
well
hope
with.
not.
If only it was
Arranged,
Realm.
so. I mean, if we're with the other team, it would have to depend on what the exercise would be.
I highly
Perhaps
doubt
we
they're going to
plan on
split us
that.
up. I believe they're going to keep us in a team.
All together?
If this is for the upcoming scouting mission, yes.
That's fair.
Group combat seems to be the most likely situation.
Then perhaps we should
It's
review.
probably team against team.
Team against team. That might be true. But would they really put Terra against? I mean, we do missing 2 members, so it would be fair.
As are they.
That brings a valid point on our end. We are missing 2 members.
Oh.
We'll work on our formation stance. If it is against, so I'm useless up front.
Well, let's consider what we have.
The lessons from yesterday did help, but it was only a beginning.
Does your, gun thingy work?
No,
now?
it does not work. I'm working on a different
Okay,
one.
right. So, you are melee with the hammer.
I'm defense, yes.
Oh, okay.
Defense. Support / ranged offense, and...
Yesterday.
We
Oh,
currently
shit.
don't have
I
a
do not have
support.
any
We are
healing.
all...
I have
If
no
it is
healing
team against team, our
capabilities.
primary objective is to take out their healer or their ranged. Or at least their casters.
Do they have any?
We should target Savira or Solus first.
Oh
Right.
yes, so does the caster.
Additionally, we could also target Ivian. He seems to be a weaker link with his dagger.
Indeed.
Dagger.
Tell your focus is going to be Jackson.
Jackson again.
He is their one defense and their leader. As soon as we take him out, they start to crumble.
Right. You want me to deal with Jackson with his spear with my...
Yes. Yes.
I will admit some support
Because you
might
won't be going
help
at him
there.
from the front.
And you want me to strike from behind?
Yes. Work on your flanking.
Got it. Okay, I can do that.
So there will be front lines. Mirror will be arranged. I will jump between the two of you, as needed. What about her?
For me?
Yes.
As a main target? Yeah.
And this is in the case that we are fighting the T's.
I think it's
If
a
we
good
are
plan.
indeed fighting a professor, that changes a lot. Or at least a single target. I will think of
Let's hope we're
something
not
for that
fighting
and
David.
get back to you. I don't have a plan for that one yet. It'll be made on the fly.
That sounds great.
Yeah,
I'm always
somewhere
good
to
on the
be.
fly.
No, actually.
I don't see what's stopping us from practicing a few things then. Whether that's formations or positioning. That is the same thing.
Really depends on what Terra does. Because if they're at the training grounds, I would suggest to move to a different location.
Well, we
There's
can
two sets.
see,
We have the,
surely.
Like, we have the arena. We have the training.
Actually, we should find Terra. If we convince them that it's all of us working together, it'll make them think about us as their own team.
And they won't plot
Then we
against
get an
us.
insight on how they think.
Right.
Exactly.
Hello, Ram.
Hello.
Oh.
Realm.
Sorry for snapping, but could you tell me what the Madari looks like at least?
The Madari? Well,
Those are the black one, right? Amethyst?
yes, that's the one. Mm-hmm.
With the name on that is here. Alright.
That one's huge.
What the
And
My
next
God.
time, tell.
Yes.
Grab his shoulder tightly. Sorry. Don't give away something that isn't yours.
Right, yes. I just thought it was given to me, that's all I'm saying. Okay, leg on.
Oh God, what have they done to them?
Have I created a problem?
Perhaps we shouldn't be creating enemies with Aqua. It's not worth
Let's
it.
not create enemies with
Such
the
a
other
pretty
teams.
bottle, though.
Tell.
And that said, perhaps we shouldn't deceive Terra. It seems a bit.
I was
Dishonorable.
going to invite
Well,
them
it
for
works
tea,
in our favor if I'm correct.
but, admittedly, from Jackson's own words, he did appreciate when I didn't hold back, per se. So, if we don't hold back now, I'm sure it won't get too hurt from it.
That should be Ignis and Umbra team going to the arena.
Right.
If we're not fighting them, there's nothing wrong. And
Couldn't we just go see what's happening?
if we are fighting them, then we were incorrect in our assessment.
How good are you at being unseen?
I'm alright.
Not very.
When I want to be.
We'll find out.
Hmm.
Oh, great. Okay, I'm going
Wait
to...
a bit first, though. If you get in trouble, this was all your own idea.
Sure,
Understood.
I'll take that responsibility. I mean, I already did one bad thing today. I can do two.
To make up for the bottle in the room, yes.
Right. But if I do this and I tell you the information, then you'll help me solve the bottle problem?
Of course.
We'll have a look at it.
Great, great. Okay, I'll go put this away and go prepare myself for some sparring, perhaps, at the training grounds in my free time. Right. Anywhere I should meet with you later?
Training grounds is where we'll be heading soon.
Oh, got it. Perfect. Then perhaps I can just break off at a certain time. Fantastic. No one has any issues with this, right? You're free to speak openly.
I don't think it's the greatest idea. But if I'm outvoted, then I'm outvoted. You are putting your own neck on the line. Remember that.
That always used to be the case, so might as well go back to it for once.
It's worth it to you?
I mean, if it's worth it for the team, right? There they go.
If that is your judgment.
Right, well, I won't let you down.
I mean, Stella asked us to look into the other teams anyway.
This was about him.
Ah, Embers and Umbra, yes. Alright then, oh well, he's coming over here. Tel'Kahras! Perfect, just the man we need to talk to.
Morning, Professor. Yes?
Yeah, good morning as well. So, have you been informed about the whole Unveiled scenario thing?
I was present for capturing the detainees, as it were, but I've heard nothing else.
Yeah, well, what is your team they're telling you these days? Anyways, basically, we are currently looking for people we deem worthy to, bring to the mission, if that makes sense.
Right.
Exactly. And tell me, do you know what skills you need to be part of this mission?
I think I did recall hearing something about scouting, so I'm guessing being unseen is a primary focus here, right?
Well, no, not really. We're
okay.
going inside the town and we're mingling with the locals.
You want social skills, then?
And yes, we want social skills. We want to make sure that you anger the local population and force them to kick you out of the village before you even get a chance to know what the fuck is happening there.
Right, and the local population, do they happen to know much about the races of the world, Professor?
Actually, that's a good question. Do you think they know anything about other races? Or are they a mixed race themselves?
It is a village in a small island of south of Essex that their families have been here for at least several decades. At least as long as the castle has been here. I assume there are a bunch of yokels that know very little about the races outside of their own community.
So all humans, I guess.
Okay, so
that makes it even harder.
Okay.
Well, you know how human. None of us are humans here, right? We all know how humans act. They're very. They keep to themselves. They don't really like other races. If that makes any sense.
Right. Yes, I'm used to people not liking other races. I get that.
Exactly. Well, we need to see how well your characters are in the midst of being discriminated by village folk who don't like seeing your faces. Maybe that's the thing we have to practice. We have to see. Yes.
You want me to prove that I'm good at not being discriminated because of my race?
No. We want to see how well you guys are under pressure. Yes, is that the right word?
Yes, that would be something we should, look after in planning out our scouting party. How well they understand the pressure, maybe even think about ways of how to calm down situations.
Yes. The entire point is to make sure you gather as much information from the townsfolk without provoking them as much as possible, if that makes any sense.
Got you, so calm and suave and able to talk things out of them just fine. Got it.
Yes, of course. Now, I believe your team isn't doing anything for the next couple of minutes, so would you prefer we start with your team? Because we're currently looking around for teams to give the test to.
Sure, I mean, they should be present at the training grounds. I do need to run a very small errand for them, as I just discussed with them actually, but otherwise I will be present there too in a moment.
Alright. Well, inform them of the situation and we'll meet you there.
Alright then, I'll see you there, professors.
I guess training grounds, yes.
Oh god. Right, great, so there's entirely different issues now. Why so much pressure, Tel? It's fine, you can handle this. Social tests, fine, absolutely fine. No one discriminates, you need some drink, yes. Ah, that's better. Right. Okay, we can do this. So they're testing all the teams, their social skills and their combat skills, it would appear. Right. I need to still check out the training grounds. See what's happening there. Oh, shit. I guess the Colosseum, then. Right. That would make sense. Still need to grab my weapon. They're not here. Damn. Alright. Well, we'll go grab our weapon, go to the dorms, see what's going on there. By that I mean our shield attachment. Was it so easy to lose track of people? Every time, I swear. Alright. We need to be fast, so might as well jog, right? Val.
Yes.
Quite important, sorry. I just was pulled aside by Bombadil and Mordred and the Chancellor, and they're looking to socially test everyone as well. They're expecting to find Team Lumen at the training grounds or thereabouts. The class seems to be taking place there as well, so perfect time to sneak off and take a look. But otherwise, it seems we're going to be socially tested in some way. They want to suit our adaptability to social situations and not being judged regardless of race, not waste.
If they're socially judging us, you'll need to be there.
I know. But that doesn't mean...
They'll be there, watching. They'll be watching the entrances.
They will. But that doesn't mean if we arrive at the correct time, we can't take a peek. Or I can't, at least.
Not worth it.
If that's your judgment, then fine. Right. I'll just grab my shield.
Tell a moment.
Right. Good. Well,
for one, where's the bottle?
The bottle is part of my hoard. I can't really let you see that. You planning to do anything with it?
Well, it's in the room, at least I know that much.
Yes, it is. Look, what are your plans first? If I do tell you, you're not going to take it, right? Or just run off with it, give it back to them?
What is a Drakshaw?
What?
What is a Drakshaw?
Drakshaw? I have no idea what a Drakshaw is. Why is everyone learning?
Really?
Mm-hmm. None at all. What? What? Are you frightening
Answer
me?
the question. Yes, I am.
Okay, great. Why? Why are you threatening me, first of all?
Because I need to know.
What, where the bottle is, or what a Drakshaw is?
Nella and Bombadil we're talking about.
Great, it was that open. Okay.
Middle of the mess hall.
And I guess it was Nella who said it first, right?
Bombadil, actually.
Are you...
He was asking Nella what he knew.
Well, that Viking's misplaced my trust.
I haven't heard of this, so... Forgive me if I seem a bit cautious. That's how I've lived my life.
Right, well, so have I. I had to be cautious.
I know it's mixed blood. It's about all I got from the conversation.
Right. Great. Well, that's all you really need to know, really. a Drakshaw is a combination between a Dragonkin and an elf. Doesn't matter what what particular subspecies of either. As long as their blood mixes, it's not pleasant, or that's what I've been told by everyone who seems to notice what I am. Apparently we're all thieves, all liars, something like that. In reality, there's nothing different about us, not that I can see, you know. Sometimes I think Dragonkin might treasure things more than I do, but otherwise, you know, it's not like I'm going to attack anyone, kill anyone in their sleep. No, in fact, I'm always worried someone else is going to do that to me, such as yourself, such as Sorelia, if she ever finds out, which seems to be the case now, such as... It's fine. This would have happened.
Tell.
What?
As long as you are within this building, you are under my protection. I can promise you that. It doesn't matter what you are, because you are part of Team Lumen. Do I make myself clear?
Right. Sure. I guess.
And should anyone give you any problems, for any reason, let me know.
Right. If anyone gives me problems, well, Bombadil's the start of his telling it to Nella. He's just running around saying such stupid things. It's fine. Okay, right. I'll let you know. Thank you for trusting me. I guess I'm not going to stab you. Not going to attack you. Not going to take anything from your hoard. You won't take anything from mine, right?
That was a test on seeing if you would tell me,
right,
the truth or not.
Well, I told you. You threatened me, right? I see.
Held the hammer.
It's a very intimidating hammer, I must admit. When I'm threatened with combat, I mean, it's better to sometimes just be honest.
You did give me that idea when you called it intimidating.
Oh. Remind me not to tell you things are intimidating. That means everyone knows, right? It's all over. Even if he says and he's going to deal with it, it doesn't matter. Whenever people start learning, I'm just going to be judged by everyone. They're already judging me for being shady, right? Well, I might as well eat into it now. It's only a matter of time until everyone finds out. Stupid leaves. It's fine. We'll just see how this pans out. If everyone starts hating you, you can just leave, just run. But if not, it's fine. It's fine. Perhaps things are different here. Remember, Ellis knew what you were. She didn't mind. He doesn't seem to mind. Val seems to be okay with it. Seralia's going to hate me even more. Cancela knows, Bombadil knows.
Apologies. I did talk with Tel about some things.
Yes, it was very important,
No worries,
Professor.
no worries. Okay, I see. We can discuss that later. But now that you're all here, we can start this small test we have.
Right.
This will just take a little bit of your time, so don't worry about it. As most of you already know, that this is going.
This is our full squad today, yes.
I see.
Alright then.
Oh, the two
As you
squadrons
all-
are not feeling too well today.
That's perfectly fine. You can brief them of what happened later on. But for now, as you all know, this is a test to see how well you guys will be able to handle, this is a test to see how well you guys can handle interacting with locals of the Unveiled village. I'll let Professor Skyet describe her exercise for you.
I see.
Right.
Imagine for a moment two lovers, Abigail and Thomas. Thomas lives on the other side of the river, and every day Abigail goes to see him, and they are desperately in love. And one day a storm comes and destroys the bridge, and Abigail and Thomas cannot see each other anymore, and they stand on opposite sides of the river and long to see each other. Abigail, desperate, goes to find a way across the river and encounters a sailor named Gandalf. Gandalf will take her across this river, but only for a kiss. Abigail, distraught, goes to her mother and asks for advice. She says, "Mother, I wish to see Thomas, but I must give a kiss to Gandalf in order to get across the river." Her mother says, "You are old enough now to decide your own fate, and I shall not decide it for you." So Abigail goes to Gandalf and kisses him, and he sails her across the river. In tears, Abigail goes to Thomas. Guilt racked her.
Why?
She feels she has betrayed him.
That
He
makes
asks what is
sense.
wrong, and she admits that she has kissed Gandalf. In a rage, Thomas puts her out. Abigail has nowhere to go. And she goes to Robert, Thomas's best friend who lives nearby. She tells the tale to Robert, who flies into a rage, and violently he beats Thomas. That is the end of the story.
Right.
We have our principal character, Abigail, Gandalf, Abigail's mother, Thomas, and Robert. I want you all to tell me who you think acted best in this story, and who acted worst. You may go one by one.
If I may state my answer to the conundrum, I believe that acting out in a rash burst of emotion is not suitable for discussions with individuals. If it was discussed rationally, it would surely have gone much different. As such, I believe Abigail's mother dropping the fault, as it were, or the decision to Abigail herself, was the most mature out of the characters present, whilst Robert's rash decision to suddenly beat someone else down was acting out of emotions, which isn't always correct.
I see. And you?
Out of all the characters, I would argue that Abigail acted the worst. She let her emotions consume her, simply picking answers left and right. The most mature of all of them would probably be her mother.
I see. And you, Zara?
I suppose I would choose Abigail to be the one who acted best for trying to find a solution to the problem. And, Robert the worst for hearing one side of this scenario and resorting to violence first.
I see. And you?
Oh, the best character in the story, I would say Abigail's mother. She gave Abigail the choice of what she wanted to do or not. If she were to act with something that she didn't want, for a price that may not have been worth it, after of having headaches.
That's quite understandable.
The worst character in the story, I would say, would be Robert. Acting rash at emotions, somebody. There were no real emotions for only on one side.
I see. Bombadil, what do you think of their answers?
I do believe their answers are very rational, very well thought of. And judging by their answers, I do believe that they're quite...
Do you know what the true test of this exercise is, Bombadil?
I have a hunch, but do tell.
You have 5 minutes to discuss amongst yourselves and come to a unanimous decision where you must all agree who is the best and the worst amongst you. And then come to us. If you can't agree in 5 minutes, you'll have failed the test.
All right.
Amongst us or the story?
Amongst yourselves.
Just us.
Did we not...
Shall we leave them for a moment, Bombadil?
Of course, of course.
Did we all not already agree as a majority as far as I could tell? I was trying to peek.
We did.
Oh, well, there we go.
It's
Some
us.
extent.
It's not about the story. It's about us as
It's about
individuals.
us.
Yes.
Which one's the worst out of us?
We all bring different things to the table. We all do different things. I don't know how to...
I don't think that... Different perspectives have different morals, different ideas. Each one of us could see the worst person, someone else.
Well, I think that really differs on the task at hand. Someone who's good at socializing would perhaps not be as suited to combat. And obviously, they'd be the best and worst interchangeable between 2 different situations, right?
It's too vague. It's too vague a question.
I suppose we could split it on 2 situations, you know, socially and through combat, and we'll judge each other in that way.
Combat's an easy answer. Socially.
So who out of you 2 is the best with combat? would you say?
Between who?
You two.
The best or worst?
Best. Out of these two. I'd be inclined to agree. Your tactics are part of combat too, though, right? But perhaps a different skill set.
Yes. Most of my combat experience is killing people from over 50 meters away. It's not really
They didn't ask us who the best was. I'm not sure that was the point of the question.
It likely has morally is the question, but with the context clues of the story, but
Morning, Solia.
Morning.
Morning.
Are we sure they're not just talking about the story?
Yeah.
I thought it was
They
the
were
story.
not talking about the story. No, us as individuals, which one of us is the worst?
One's easy, Stella.
But she's not here right now.
Well,
Exactly.
to make things easy, I'd
We
argue
just need to have
myself. Right? I already stole a bottle that's got us all into a bit of a debacle. Well, you as part of my team. I offered to take the fall by spying on what was going on, and additionally, some new news has come to light, which I suppose I'll need to discuss with the two of you later, as Val has already brought it up to me in a pressing sense.
Well, then we should figure out an answer.
I don't know you enough out of that explanation, then I would have to agree. No offense.
That's fine. I guess I live up to my reputation anyways. Well,
I think the question is too vague.
I think it's too vague as well.
I still think it's just we have to agree. That's the key here.
then the best.
That's not what she asked.
Well, what she asked was for the worst and the best out of us, right? Or at least for what we
No,
agree on in the
there's
story.
the worst.
I'm confused now. Just wants to know the worst. Right.
She asked which one of us was the worst, and out of all of us, and that we would have to unanimously agree on that answer.
My apologies. I thought it was a two-sided argument. Never mind. Well,
Well, in the event that it is actually the characters she meant, should think of a solution there too. So who's the best out of the characters?
Her mother.
You all
She
said
would have
her
been
mother.
if she would have explained more. Yeah. She would have. I mean, you said Abigail. I would.
Yes.
She refused to explain. She would have been the better character if she would have properly explained her situation to her lover instead of just saying that she kissed someone else.
then in that case, she's
Robert would be the worst.
Well, with that logic,
Asking
would
for a maiden in help to kiss him to help, and then getting angry over emotions that she doesn't reciprocate.
wouldn't that mean that Abigail is the provoker in this case? She caused everything to happen.
I believe we're running out of time. I don't know if they're going to come over to ask us.
They might.
Well, I'm happy to say the worst would be Robert, but Abigail's a close second in my eyes, even if it is...
And we are all in agreement that the worst character in the story is Robert, correct?
Yes.
Right.
Good.
Yes.
And in the event that it is our team, the worst socially is Tal, correct?
Correct.
Socially.
We are having a private conversation, and to make
It
sure
does
other
not matter
teams
if the
weren't
answer is
listening.
correct.
Okay. If that is what the team agrees on.
I'm fine with that.
Then let us go
No
back.
offense taken, my friend.
None given, I'm used to it.
Mm.
Or I was.
Well, we should be going back to the teacher now. I doubt
I
she's
suppose
going
so.
to pick us
Oh, no.
up.
That's us.
We can quickly fill in the gap,
Unfortunately,
I
poor
suppose.
timing.
Yes.
We're here.
No, we don't have time.
We have a minute. I don't
She'll
think
understand.
we should risk it.
We're here already.
Right.
We're on time.
Something tells me she flexed anyway.
I see.
She might have. Bombadil's still there.
Seemingly occupied. Surely we can give him the answers later.
You must. Why
It is
why are
most
they
likely
chasing
their
each other?
punishment.
Oh. You might still have some time.
Right.
Oh.
No, we're going in.
It's giving me a headache
Come on.
looking this way.
It will.
This is a spectator sport.
Oh.
Outside. Out of the arena for now, outside. This is not a spectator sport.
No.
Someone rang the bell. I heard
Stay by
it. They rang the
gates.
bell.
I do appreciate you coming
Yeah.
on time, though.
It's nice at least.
Yes.
Stay away from the gate. Or we'll all get.
Oh, she's back. We have more time. We can call her over.
Tao?
Shucks. I was going to propose
you're
my
going to
milk
ask him
chocolate
about the-
idea. Yeah.
Right.
That's good.
I would line up just in case.
Do you have your answer?
Oh, cool. We're all here.
Yes.
Are you guys ready?
The worst out of all of us, the Tel'Kahras.
I'm ready.
Alright.
Out of current squad.
Okay.
Remember, choose someone
The
you
worst?
dislike
No,
the
my
most,
darling.
is what I heard.
That
I
was
wanted you
dividing
to
earlier.
use the characters
no,
in
we-
the
we got the
exercise,
fine.
not yourselves.
We also did that.
No, we also did that, yes, but I asked to elaborate and you said us.
I apologize.
I must have misunderstood.
I didn't mean to
I
be
must have
misleading.
misunderstood, ma'am.
We value you all here. We don't want you to rank yourself internally like this.
Yeah, I mean.
So,
Well,
of the
I can
characters in the
someone
story,
else.
what is your answer? So I may give it to Bombadil.
It would be
fine.
Robert. He's not.
All right. Terra. Lumen.
And best?
We doesn't have to be here.
Best her mother. Abigail's mother.
Inside the arena.
I shall
Now.
let Bombadil know.
That was a great
Yes.
lesson, guys.
Yes.
Ignore the
Put your
flames
exercises.
on me. I just put it out
Good day, ma'am. That was unnecessary.
Towards the center
It's
of the
fine.
arena.
I'm sorry.
Shoulder to shoulder.
Nothing good comes out of my kind anyways, right?
You think we're all gonna. Oh, yeah.
All right, tightly. More compact. Good. Welcome to the next lesson, the next class of your combat training. This time you've brought your weapons. I'm happy to say that none of you were late this time. Very good. Very good. All right. Let me have a look at you all. I'll take your weapons out. Your main hand in front of me. Now. Let's have a look. Dagger. Any magical enchantments?
Ethertech, sir.
Good.
Excuse me, Professor, I'll be back shortly.
Of course. Take your time. A spear. Sort of a glaive, more so. Alright. For you. Classic. Spear as well. Axe and shield. Very good. I forget the name, but I do recognize this weapon, not commonly known in Favira. Alright, I'm not really sure what that is, but I'm going to assume that looks ranged to me. And a giant hammer. Alright, and as for you, a magic staff. Very
Yes, sir.
well. Now, the last time you were all here in my class, I had you beat up each other. Not for the sake of pleasure, not for the sake of you understanding that maybe you are potentially stronger than your other peers. No, it is for you to understand that some of you are weak, some of you are stronger. But do not make this mistake. Even if you've won the previous combat, that does not make you worthy. Next, of what we'll be discussing in this class is proper combat with weapons. Initially, you were fighting with your hands. Now you'll be using the extensions of your own body. We'll be beginning a very similar session as we have last time. You'll be choosing your own opponents. This time you will be sparring each other with the weapons. I want you all to choose an opponent. You have 1 minute.
Who would be most appropriate as a match for each?
Yeah, okay. Nora.
This might be a more fair fight.
Yeah.
Solus.
Sure.
All right.
You got
Sarvera.
He's apparently skilled with that.
I mean...
You know what?
Right.
I've changed my mind. You'll be fighting him. You two. You'll be fighting each other.
Of course.
That's much better.
Alright, follow me. We'll be moving to the other grounds.
One-on-one again, it would seem.
An idiotic test.
With our partners, sir, or each other?
Just together in a line does not matter. As long as you know your partner, that's all that matters. Now, I do not care how much experience you have while wielding a weapon, whether that be magic, whether that be a sword, whether that be a shield or a hammer or ranged otherwise. One thing you need to understand is that in my eyes, you're children. Quite frankly, nothing. But I'll make you into efficient killers. Of course, for the saving of this world, not for other impurities. Now, the rules are simple. Once you are hit 3 times, you are out and you are done. Is that clear?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Good. You two. First.
Good boy.
Alright, on my start, you may
Sparring.
begin.
At least it's not him again.
Proficient in
Right?
magic.
Yes, sir.
You may use your magic.
Like actual spells, sir.
Well, nothing to maim or injure, but to hit, of course.
It's all.
Do you know
it's
any
all
of that?
ranged.
Well, in this case, maybe it is in your best interest to run away from a spear and to shoot from afar.
We can break the circle?
You cannot, but it is in the best interest to keep a distance from you. Would I be wrong?
No, sir.
No. Good. Alright, you may step towards the outer edges of the circles. And when I say begin, you will begin. Any questions before we start?
No, sir.
You.
No, sir.
Good. You may begin. Go.
Oh, shit.
Quite fast. Now, I may be speaking bluntly, but if you're a mage with long range, you don't want to be beside a spear user. Move around, get away from him. It's common sense.
I understand, sir. My hands are a little... Too long.
You alright? One moment. Take a pause. Take a pause.
Sorry.
Again, corner to corner, line to line.
It's too long.
Move pace me.
Alright.
I wonder what she thinks of my kind. Has she known to him?
It's adequate for...
In fact, as souls, humans always were the worst with it.
Okay.
Especially
well,
that
as a mage,
merchant.
you have to understand that if there is someone with close combat, you want to run away. Not retreat, but keep your distance. Perhaps it's not your best suitability to actually fight hand to hand. I understand that this circle is small in range, but you should be nimble enough.
To warm ourselves up.
I mean, to be relentless. You take everything you can. Don't let any distance get away from both of you. Keep that gap close.
Yes, sir.
You will restart. To my knowledge, have you both been hit once?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Good. You may begin. Go.
Thank you for the follow.
You weren't fast enough to shoot that spell. If you need to, gain distance.
Come on, Anura. Run away.
You're
Distance.
not trying hard enough.
There we go.
Good. That is what we like to see.
She's got it.
It seems so.
Reset. Step aside. Reset. Alright.
Yes, sir.
One more time.
And Professor Sorfin, everyone knows now.
Begin.
My secret was supposed to be safe with you, but apparently I can't trust Bombadil one bit.
Alright. You've been hit. Stop. Stop.
I'm out.
That is it.
I'm out.
Not bad, not bad.
Yes.
Of course, there are some comments I can give you all. Alright.
I know.
I think one thing you two have learned is some limits you can potentially harness and get better at. Take a breather, get in the shade, relax. Next two. Let's see here. You two.
Son.
Right, let's see which one really is the strongest out of the two of them.
3 times you are out. Begin.
You did well.
Not really, but thank you. Whew.
You did good. You electrocuted me.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. I'm sorry.
No, I don't like. I don't like using my spells on friendlies.
Yeah. I know how you feel.
Seems to be like you're not really fighting.
I have to go over those notes for Tel'Kahras again.
What's the matter?
Even the friendly can turn against you anyway, so it's important to be willing to fight anyone, right?
I guess.
Analyze the situation while being hit in the head.
It didn't help that I kept running into invisible objects.
Alright, step back, reset.
It does happen.
I'd be very upset with you. On your marks, it's set, begin.
Good recovery, though.
Are you sure you're alright, Jack?
The shield wins yet again.
I'm okay, though. Just a breathing technique.
I know the feeling of electricity running through.
This is a
is not
bad
your
matchup. Impressive.
Alright, you've been hit. Reset.
It's a little worse than that.
Yeah, it's different.
Once more. Set.
Oh, that drink was needed.
Well, the spells are, I suppose. I mean, is there a condition behind your weapon of, like you said something about it being fragile, right, as well?
It's not. It has gold on it. Not really meant as a. It's not meant as a melee weapon.
I know what you mean.
Yeah. It's silver, gold, and copper, and it has the gem. So
maybe some kind of speed potion or something. Get you more distance faster.
Good hit. Reset.
I don't know.
Line to line.
maybe.
But yeah, the
Circles are too small too.
One more blow to either one of you.
Yeah,
this
that's
is
true.
combat I like to see. This is better. Very good.
should
I
get
don't
you
need
some
it to
armor.
cast, but
On your marks,
maybe.
it's set.
I don't need it to cast
Begin.
though. I can cast with my hand.
Oh, really?
So you, quiet.
Sorry, sir.
Yes, sir. Ooh.
Well, what are you two standing for?
Oh.
Alright, very well. I've seen enough. Stand down. Good fighting stances. Better gusto.
Indeed.
Impressive. You may stand in the shade. Take a breather. Relax. Let's see here. You two. Next. I am gathering some very interesting information just from the appearance of you two. You seem to be both on the lighter side of things. Would I be correct?
Yes, sir.
Good.
Hmm.
I want to see this.
Seems they're almost equally matched. Surprising.
You're trained to use such light weapons.
If she didn't have that shield, I'd fear for her.
Good accuracy. No room for error. Is that understood?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Good. You may begin. Now. What?
Is magical evolved, sir? Magical.
As long as it is not to harm or maim your opponent, yes it is. You may begin.
Oh.
Another.
Very good.
Seems we have the same trick.
Utilize your surroundings. Utilize your opponent's confusion. Hit faster. Hit the weak points. Been hit. Reset. Reset line to line. You need to understand one thing. If your opponent has a short blade, the moment they get close to you, anywhere from even half a meter, you're done for. You need to keep your distance. Is that clear?
Yes, sir.
Now, he uses magic of invincibility, from what I understand. You need to understand that if he disappears, you watch your back. You listen. You look for footsteps. Or otherwise, you're out of this world.
They're already catching up. I need to change up what I'm doing.
I like what you're doing.
I need to hurry with my magic training.
You may begin now. Keep
How
an
long
eye
can
on
you...
the surroundings. Look around. Better.
About the same as me. Right.
Good hit. Stand back. Reset. That is much better. That is what I like to see. As for you, if you wish to be on the upper hand, you need to be faster and more agile.
Yes, sir.
You heard what I mentioned to her. She's trying to keep her distance away from you. You need to get in faster and closer. Begin.
They must be used to fighting each other. He said he was skilled with the sword, right? That must mean he's not used to trickery, surely, trained by a noble family. Beat some sense into him to...
Give it a moment. Give it a
He'll just look at you like a fool. Probably thinks nothing of you, of your lineage. No one does. Right? Right.
Do not worry. Alright, reset. You'll have one more. You'll be stepping aside. Since it's 1-1, last one to hit wins. Alright, you may begin now.
I got it.
You got hit? Alright. Very well.
You got to protect me, right?
I'm seeing one thing to mention to both of you. I'm seeing a lot of wasted movements that could be done more efficiently, but we'll have a look at that later in person. Alright. Very well, you two. Good job. Step aside to relax. The last two.
Thank you, sir.
You
Yes, sir.
and you. Good.
Yes, sir.
Any magic from both of you?
Yes.
Nothing that could really use mid-combat.
Alright, well, magic is fair game. So keep that in mind, whether that's a disadvantage to you or not.
You on my feet.
Alright, you may
Punching
begin.
fair game, sir?
Yes, of course.
Good.
You may
Good to
begin
know.
now.
Right, come on then, you're going to stand there. Good!
Too much talking, too much cockiness.
Too much cockiness, really. Fine.
Yes. You're quite frankly a disappointment. Well, come on, show me
Fine.
wrong. That's more like it. That is
Am I
what
still
I like
a
to see.
disappointment to you?
Step back. Yes, you will be
Yes,
until you
keep
prove
on
me
going.
otherwise. Again. Go. Show
I
me
think you're
everything
pathetic.
I'm going to be fighting back harder. Don't you see what he's doing to you?
Oh, come on, you're just gonna stand there.
Now this is what I like to see. Good. Good. Keys up. Reset. I said reset. Listen to me next time. I said if you stop, you stop. You're alive. You
Now's
begin
my chance.
again. Now.
Right behind you.
Very good. Very good. That is what I like to see. Once more.
Calm.
Now you're actually fighting like a true fucking man. Begin. Now.
I'll kill him.
Alright, I've seen enough from two of you. Last thing I want is one of you dead on this ground. Take it easy, weapons off. Relax. Step aside. Job well done.
Good job.
Alright, relax.
Right. I am.
Fighting spirit. The rest of you will be moving back to the arena now. I'll give you 10 seconds to take your weapons with you, to take a breather, and follow me.
Wow, 10 seconds. It's really...
You did well.
I'm sure you're alright.
Fine.
Well then, to the main arena.
Don't let them get in your head.
Right. I should have kicked him down and put my blade through his chest. That's stupid, too. Why would you think such a thing? It's fine.
Oh, come on, get a move on. We don't have all fucking day.
I'll kill him next.
Yes, ma'am.
Come on, Del, just... Calm.
Alright. For the first step, you sparring with your opponents, I must say job well done. You have definitely proven yourself better than others so far at this academy, in this institution. Now, before the class is concluded, you'll be committed to one more practice sparring, except this time, you'll be fighting together as a group against one common enemy. And I have Professor Bellicosa assisting me tonight.
Enemy.
Or today, should I say.
Bellicosa.
I want you all to decide one person who will be leading this group. I don't want to see any goddamn ravagery. I want to see proper unit cohesion. I want to see you working as a team. Communicate. Don't just throw rocks and sticks in front of you. Is that clear?
Yes.
Yes,
sir.
sir.
Good. Professor Bellicosa will explain the rest of it to you, and you will understand what your assignment is. Once you're hit, you are out. Professor, if you wish.
If you want, you may get in formation, but that's up to you. What I'm about to spawn is something you can see, feel, smell, and touch. If it hits you, it hurts. If it bites, it hurts. The scratches, they hurt too.
Illusion. Right.
I'll not unspawn it until I think you have defeated it.
Another boar, perhaps.
And it is completely under my control. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
Yes,
Professor.
Professor.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Is this how you choose to fight?
No.
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 Let's give them 1 minute to decide.
Sir, interrogatory. Did you mean 1 leader across all?
For everyone. That is correct.
Yes.
1 leader for everyone.
So
We have
then,
1
Jackson,
minute.
get in front.
Alright.
Any objections? No, good. Tell me, you'll be flanking his side.
Right.
Keep mid. Flanking. Ranged. Support. Understood?
Yep.
I said understood.
Yes, Commander.
Yes, sir.
Good.
It seems to me that they are ready. I will step aside.
You might want to move back a little.
Right.
That's a new one.
Good luck. Beast. Attack.
What you see in front of you is a rift beast. It will tear you to shreds.
This is really bad timing.
No!
Formation. Fine. Flux.
No!
Bad time.
Back!
It's back.
All I see is you covering a large opponent. Where is the communication?
Formation. Soraya, hold it over the legs.
Behind the knees!
Come on, you big fool.
Focus its attention.
No!
We need someone guarding Honora.
I'll do it.
I'm flanking.
No. That was close.
Fine.
Come, Jackson.
Regular weapons do nothing against it.
Magic.
With me.
Right.
Take out his ankles, slip from breathing. Come on.
Ankles. Okay, let's go.
Anyone have anything?
Solis, the fire!
Shoot fire. Solus, fall back.
Takes it back.
Shove!
Alright. Why is it so damn thick? Hold it back. Keep going for the legs. Keep it down.
Come on, Troy.
I'm sorry.
Hide.
Don't shooting out of fire.
Keep shooting it. Swing!
Solus, focus on shooting.
You need your magic! Swing!
I think that's enough.
It's a damn strong.
Alright.
I've seen
They
enough.
recall your beast.
This spell.
Oh, God.
I want you all facing me shoulder to shoulder right now.
It's not real,
You
Jack.
gotta get up.
It's not real.
You gotta get up.
It's not
Get
real,
up.
but it hurts. You heard what the professor said. He's one changed across the entire arena. I don't want to hear any excuses. You get back in line with the rest of your team. Good. That is what I expect in real warriors. Now, I think you all proved to me that there at least was some cohesion. However, what happened to your backline support? What happened to your magic cast at the beginning of the fight? What happened to Ivan, from what I presume? They were taken out. That's right. Obviously, I wasn't making it clear to you that you were fighting a Rift Beast, but I'm sure at some point you finally understood that. These things are almost impervious to regular attacks. And as you can see, quite frankly, everything that you did to fight against it was practically useless. However, I will admit there was better cohesion. But again, not to better standards from what I've seen from others in real-life combat scenarios. But otherwise, still, a job well done. I do not seem to wish any other activities upon you. If you have any wounded, take them to the infirmary now. You're dismissed. Remember, protect your comrades. Protect your friends.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
You there?
Please, put your
Being crushed by my own shield doesn't feel good, but this one was.
Just my shoulders hurt, but
I'm good.
that's it.
So this.
Let's go.
Oh, yeah.
Did it feel better?
That punch to the face you gave me barely helped with the back.
Absolutely.
I feel like my arm's falling off.
I only have 4 shots left, but that's fine.
Let me have a look at you. Do I see internal bleeding?
There is no internal bleeding, but it seems to be dislocated. Hanging.
Okay. That is quite frankly not in my expertise, so you might wish to see the Chancellor or anyone from the medical division to help you.
Great, I will.
Alright, on
Thank
your
you,
way.
Professor.
On your way. Good. Facing me, shoulder to shoulder, right here.
Go to medical.
Don't worry, I think you can take off.
Right, I need to medical. What did Val go? Did he already run off?
I already fucking left.
I think you meant to take off his armor.
I see. Was it such a long damn journey? Will the Chancellor even be there?
Better be.
If not, we can ask Rosewood as well.
Right. I think he's the last person I want to be treated by right now.
Head to medical, I'll meet you there.
Right.
Yeah.
Although I suppose beggars can't be choosers.
No.
I know, I thought I'd managed to dash out the way of that thing. I saw it going for my throat. Could have crushed it in one move.
After the way the first time it jumped at me. I don't think I've ever seen something that terrifying.
Hello? Anyone here? None.
I don't think so.
Severe, do you need anything? I'm just gonna go clean my, get some cold water. Splash on my face.
I probably have cuts anyway.
I don't know what I need.
Yeah?
You can get water if you'd like to.
Do you need anything,
Are there any healers in the room right now?
Yeah, I'm fine. Severe.
Right.
You guys are welcome to...
Sit yourself down, Tal.
She's looking over. Does she see anything?
Just small cuts probably on like the skin, but other than that.
Damn, Dom.
Lacerations. See that on the arms and the upper body.
Nearly fired that many spells before and after, bro.
No.
You can't make all terrifying.
Nothing.
Quite exhausting, sorry.
Not the knee?
Thank you. I think Tal needs that more than I do.
I brought him one as well.
Ow, yeah, you're right. Okay. Good. No.
Thanks.
No,
How do you do it?
I see. No,
Spellcasting.
no, it's not broken. It's just sprained.
Well, it's hard. This is 3 in a row now.
Is it your? Do you have an affinity or not?
Those are the only injuries I can give you.
Oh, I know what an affinity is. Oh, think so? Oh, no.
That might be good to
Sometimes I
figure out
shoot
first.
fireballs over hand. Go name it.
Okay.
Happy thoughts.
Having
Stay
been
still.
more exhausting.
You're gonna be okay.
Okay. Oh.
You're using yourself to cast.
So are they?
External surroundings.
Maybe.
You injured?
Just a little beat up, I'll be fine. Tell them
Probably good
though.
to go over with the Tel'Kahras to find out.
The shot got to us again, I think.
Yeah, that'd be nice. I mean, I'd be good at
How
it.
to make plans.
Didn't really get
We really
explained,
gotta
but I
get
just
past
kind of
that.
tried for a good year and then eventually got it.
Seems about right.
What is it?
It's she's holding bandages and then
You need some
holding
spice?
in the wounds.
You're really good at fighting.
Thanks.
Do you need
You're
something
not
else?
so bad yourself.
Thank you for
What?
Huh?
What?
Do
did
you
you say?
require anything else but water?
No, I don't know someone to treat my
Except for
fucking arm.
Savera's help.
Uniform's partially torn up.
She's on Jack right now.
Yeah. Probably.
Need to wait a second. I'll see if I can find someone else in the meantime.
Alright.
Thank you.
That's 2 stitches now. Covered the one of them.
Sorry.
How are you feeling? Are you injured?
It's
Anything?
Just
I wanted to issue an extra apology there as well.
You sure? Bleeding?
Not
I'd
your
ask for
fault, it's the
clarification.
academies.
I mean, yes, I'm bleeding, but I will be.
So,
Oh.
You got anything to wrap them up
the
with?
answer
or
she
something?
gave me,
Try
and then
to find something.
afterwards, backpedaled. So
I
I'm a
got
little upset about that too.
bandages that I needed. If
I
you
apologize,
look
you shouldn't have
in
had that-
by the
have to do
cabinets
that.
I look, they should be in one of those drawers.
Ah.
Gotcha.
Just laying it down.
No, you're fine.
Hanging's killing me.
Fine, it's Maybe it was
That's gonna be
cold.
sore.
Yeah.
Yes.
That,
yes, that's probably what
question
brain pulled.
was
It'll
dumb
go
in
away
a
in
way.
a few days.
Really, she should have been asking who's the best to get information out of,
How
right?
many hit points will I have out of character?
Not who's the worst out of a group or the best.
Well, you have a couple scratches, and then you might be mildly.
In reality, it would have been easy to exploit the crying woman who's distraught over the fact she's lost her husband, right? Or her lover, whoever it was. You get the most information out of her easily, just play to it.
Be careful walking on that. You can, but it's gonna hurt.
So,
Good warning.
you thinking I'm the worst person is fine,
Yeah,
because I probably am. Not going to be the noble Dragonkin Sorelia or the tactical Val, is it? Cecilia, yes, she's just a dumb
I don't think you're the
noble.
worst.
You actually had a muscle.
You need to clean it or anything?
It's not a fair question, regardless. And I do not think that you're the worst. It was purely to give her an answer.
Are you okay, Solus?
Tel'Kahras in the
So,
combat exercise.
all tired and
As a medic.
a little sick. But I'm fine.
Mordred, my arm's fucking falling apart. Please help.
Kinds of exercises.
Right, okay.
I can't move it and it's just waving around. Whatever I do with it.
Okay, ready?
Yeah.
It might hurt a bit.
It's fine, I'm used to it now. Go on.
You might want to kill him. He does.
Oh my god. That was a loud pick.
Oh god.
Oh my god.
Are you okay?
What did you
Fine
do?
now. Thank you,
might wanna have a look.
Mordred.
Of course, Tel'Kahras.
Yeah.
No, other side.
Thank you.
You're right. Oh,
I would say, be careful of your arm. You don't
Everything all good?
want to have a rest.
No, it is.
What?
Rest.
no.
Right, I will.
Don't put too much strain.
Got it.
Sorry.
Do you have anything else? Is it just
Joe's just the arm.
Feeling as bad as
Just the arm, that's it. Everything else is fine.
It's good of you to avoid those things, I suppose.
That's good.
Yeah, I suppose.
Breaths deep, breaths. Ooh.
Right. I need a drink. Not this kind.
Use a couple of magic and then tell it makes it a little
I know there's some in the mess hall.
Not the kind I'm looking for. I'll,
Severe, do you mind if I ask you a question?
I think some of that's in the hall as well, actually.
We had that tea
Right.
party, right?
In private?
Yes, we did. I still need to do that, that's right.
I have a bottle of wine I could bring.
Sure, free wine would be great.
So,
I mean,
Come on.
yeah.
That might be nice.
Let's just go. Get out of Medbay.
Alright.
You might want to take a shower.
Thank you, Mordred.
when you back there, I noticed something going on with your
How are
arms.
they doing, Mordred?
Val,
After all, has dislocated his arm. That was interesting to figure out.
Sure?
Nice of you to join us.
Tara, the honor.
Sorry, I went to get a water.
In the social test.
right. That's fine. Such a long damn walk.
Kingsley's not around to carry you.
If only.
He would do.
I might take him up on that offer. Then again, I don't want to look like Stella.
I don't think you guys look like Stella if you tried.
That's true. Suppose I don't do a very good job at being stuck up.
You also don't have enough fat.
Damn it.
Right.
Left the shield. I'll meet you there.
Oh, alright.
So, Val, you'll want to give combat tips, right? How did you think we did?
Adequately. Apart from Minerva, but that was to be expected.
Right.
You were up against a shield and a spear, so...
Not only that, I only started. He only gave me a short lesson yesterday. And that was the only experience I have to hand-to-hand combat, so. And even my spell casting has been more academically before coming here, so.
Nothing academic about Rift Beasts, right?
Actually, I would
In the
disagree.
group exercise, we were set up for failure. We have next to no magical attacks.
Yeah.
That's true. We even checked our weapons beforehand, right?
Correct.
And didn't know what a Capesh was. Of course he wouldn't.
It is a lesser known weapon.
That's true. Like your gun.
Yes. He didn't know what that was either.
There must be a rarity, truly.
He's not very knowledgeable on weaponry.
No, it's fine.
Wasn't
That would
even,
seem to be the case.
It's alright.
He is meant to be a religious man, though, isn't he?
Combat training, and I was also kind of more in my own head.
Correct.
I think I did do that a little too much.
Priest goes to war.
Far over our heads.
I suppose there's been tribes in Droza who've had their shamans fight for them.
Tully was too occupied to look at me. A lightning bolt to the face does draw attention.
It does.
You know, I was quite surprised to see how adept you were with that hammer. For something you just picked up.
Adrenaline rush.
I understand that very well.
Actually, Tal, you know, it might do you some good. Some of the tea that you made earlier to just heat it up.
That's true, I can finish off that batch and prepare another for later. There might be enough for another cup if anyone... Never mind.
I wouldn't mind.
Oh, of course. I don't think there's enough for a Furbolg proportion, but...
No, it was a little too big. I wasn't able to
I
finish
see.
my breakfast because...
Right, let's heat this up again.
Yes, it was Bombadil's special recipe?
Yes, honestly, you know what? You're attuned to mana who might be able to assist a bit with this because, quite frankly, I feel rather wrecked. You just need to infuse a little bit of mana into the pot. Yes, just a trickle. Gives it a unique flavour.
I don't have a lot left, but...
Just a trickle. Might add a spark to it. And we could all do with some energy right now, I think.
So it's more of a potion than a... tea.
I did say
That's
it was similar to alchemy, right?
I mean, the current batch still has some in it, so...
Maybe mixing it's not a good idea. We could try yours for...
Stale teas. Oh, sure.
The next batch, yes.
What is it?
I'm unsure what the effects would be, but...
Hand, or do I need to go find it?
There should be in a bag just under the shelf there. I'll walk you through the process, though, as Bombadil's very precise.
I bet.
Right, that should be done. Cerealia. That's the one, yes. Care for tea.
Sure.
Right. Should be enough for free in this, and then I guess Val can have the next batch. Fuck this on.
He even likes tea.
Maybe he doesn't.
Would you like me to pour it instead?
That would be great. I still need to talk to Bombadil.
Come on, Val.
There we
Even
go.
I'm being social. Why are you all the way over there?
Right.
I'll take 2 cups.
Mhm.
Sorry there. There you go. It's quite
Thank
nice.
you. I trust your judgment. And you're still breathing, so...
I can't lie, I'm not a little surprised by it myself.
It's good.
Great. See, I never poison my own team.
Sure would hope
trust you on
so.
that.
Well, you know, Val already brought it up earlier, so I suppose I might as well be honest. Sorelia,
You're whispering.
Damn it. Sorelia, you, earlier inquired about something Professor Nella had said that you'd overheard. Well, I'll admit I wasn't truthful to you. And that was purely out of fear that, I hope Well, I hope whatever my mind's telling me for being such an idiot to come out with this is not going to be the case. But Val questioned me in my room very strongly, with adequate force, as to what a Drakshar was, which is what I happen to be. I'm not a pure-blooded Dragonkin. Not full-blooded or anything in the sense. It's dirty. I know. I'm sure you'll kind of look down on it. That's always been the case. But my kind. Our parents were unfortunate enough to be both elves and Dragonkin, and well, I'm the unfortunate result of that. And quite frankly, if I did know who my parents were, I'd probably have disdained them myself for the treatment I've received because of it. But as the rumors go, our race is untrustworthy, disdainful, full of thieves. Our blood is cursed. We bring bad omens wherever we go. And quite frankly, if we don't live, we're usually hunted on sight by our parents or by the tribes we belong to, should they find out, or at least treated as lesser. So, the last thing I wanted you to know in particular was that is who I am. I'm a filthy, cursed-blooded, damned Drakshar. Not a Dragonkin. Not one of your kind. Not an elf either. Something worse than any of your two races ever could be. Right? So, I am the worst among you. Not by choice, but by declaration of everyone else. And Bombadil just saw it fucking fitting to go and openly say it so that everyone could hear, ruining every single plan I had. I just didn't want anyone to find out this way. Not yet. But whatever. Sorry.
Tel'Kahras.
What?
My equal's here. If you had told me that a year ago, perhaps I would have reacted differently. And it may take some getting used to, but especially with everything the Dragonkin have going on right now, I think it's only fair that we drop those roots. Don't you?
Right. I guess I don't belong with your kind.
That's not what I meant. Lefron said it himself, didn't he? Some sort of union, if that's what he wants to call it. I'm not calling it a tribe or anything of the sort. Apparently none of that matters here. You're not filthy here.
Chancellor seems to think so.
You're just... He's old. He thinks old. I'll tell him myself.
All right. That's some damn good team. Well, thank you for understanding and butting up with my treachery and deceit. And I'm not really good at it, but I apologize. from the heart, not just a stupid saying, or I'm not just saying it to make me seem better, but genuinely I'm sorry for not deciding to put my trust in you sooner, perhaps. I think the idea in my head was far worse than the outcome.
We all have secrets.
I see. Well, perhaps someday we can all feel comfortable enough to share our own, right?
Sure. I'm terrified of magic. How's that? Now it's your turn. What are you guys afraid of?
He's scared of magic. I see.
Well, my ability in combat here is one thing, my survivability of it. But if we're being this open with each other, especially you, Tel, it's a hard one. I think my coming here was to be forgotten about. So
I see.
That's awful.
It's understandable given the context, but I hope I can prove it wrong. It's either to be forgotten about or to remembered, and if I die, then I will have failed.
Well.
And if I succeed, if I accomplish anything, it better be damn good.
I'm sure you'll accomplish I'm sure you'll accomplish the best of things, Honora. Some damn good tale. Perhaps bards will recount it even. Nothing. You,
It's your turn. If you'd like. You don't have to.
No, actually.
If we're stating things.
I'm threatening you into telling me. Well, what is it? What are you scared of? Come on.
You're lucky
What is
I
it?
can't feel my arm.
I can't feel mine either, to be honest. This actually hurts. Why am I folding my arms like this?
Oh, I meant my only arm.
Oh,
I
we're
feel
playing
it.
Who's Got It What?
Right now.
Never mind, that's fine.
I believe it's overstrained, but I refuse to go to the medical bay, because I am afraid of divine casters. So don't play into everything.
Well, I'll have you know Mordred will fix your arm without
We could
magic.
potentially look into a potion or a painkiller.
I believe I've
sure not.
overstayed my welcome of potions from Bombadil.
What?
If it hurts that much, I could get you a painkiller. I could speak to him.
No, it's alright.
If you change your mind, don't hesitate to ask.
I'm used to pain. Unfortunate.
I get it. Sorry for the whole standing and threatening. I was trying to do something and clearly failed.
I actually found it quite amusing.
Oh, that I was definitely trying to amuse you. Definitely was trying to amuse.
If I may, your bracer.
Yes.
Is it a foci?
You mean like the
A foci. The
for
gem?
magic, right? The gem.
Yes.
It's
Is it? Oh,
I never really
I've
thought
been
of it
curious
that
about
way,
it for a
but
little bit. As you see on my own stuff. Hold on. Wait on the table. There we go.
right.
It might be.
Is
if you don't know.
drastically similar, and it seems to give out some kind of pulse all the time. I'll be honest, I pried it from my capeche because I hated it for several months, stowed it away in my drawer, and then found it could be used to power an
We could
Evertune
find out.
device. So, I mean, well, I don't know. It feels wrong
Why
to
did you
touch
hate
it, you
it?
know. This sounds dumb. Sometimes when I used to be in stress or by myself here, I used to speak to it, and oh God, I sound so silly. I swear sometimes it spoke back to me, but I think that was just my mind dealing with everything going on.
Oh.
It's been silent
Oh.
for months, so.
Is that why it has a head?
What? The sword?
Oh, the gem,
capeche.
not the capeche, yes.
No, the
The capeche does have it. Did it always belong in the sword, or?
it was in there when I acquired it, yes.
Oh.
In fact, it was rather ornately wrapped by some crystalline vines, actually. I just was attached to the capeche, but not to the stone, so I pried it out and found something else to shove in. Thankfully, the wealth of the Academy is sometimes on show, so a gem here and there can be found.
You told anyone about that?
No, just, I guess the only real issue I've been having is the, rest, which seems to have solved itself. That or Malek put some kind of curse of aggression on me, which would explain why I've been feeling so pissed every time I'm fighting someone. But if that is the case, it seems to have dealt with, my issue sleeping. I've been sleeping soundly the past few days. Felt great, actually. Maybe not myself, but still.
When it spoke to you, like, was it? When?
When you... What? Sorry, say again, I didn't quite follow.
Sorry, if it... When's the last time it spoke?
The last time it
I
spoke
think
to me
that's
would be back when the colours me and Cerelia wore weren't so golden. About 6 months ago, maybe longer. Since
What
then...
did it say? You don't have to disclose. You don't.
To be vague, it told me I can't trust anyone. Follow my instincts, and that I should keep wary of everything going on, always. And you know, back on the streets of Solaris, and it was good advice, really, that the stone gave sometimes when I'd be sat up in a box or hiding away. Back there, you couldn't trust anyone. Be stabbed in the back the moment you did, so I always just thought it was my mind and my way of coping with celerity, and despite finding people I could talk to here, well, still seemed to chime in until it wandered away.
We could have a look at it. Might be some books. Could maybe ask some professors if they know anything.
If
Have a
it
couple
speaks to you
hunches,
again, would you
Please
tell
let
us?
us know.
I'll let you know.
I'll try to find something in the library.
Right. I don't think it's anything bad. It's just a shiny stone. Foci, like you said, right?
It might be a
tell
foci,
you not
but
to
it might be
trust
something
people.
else.
That sounds bad.
A foci doesn't do that.
That's just my mind, right? I'd heard of
Potentially.
fetishes before. Oh.
That was what I was thinking, actually.
Someone I knew had worn a necklace, and it had a spirit inside that spoke to them, but I never really connected it in the
I
same
personally do
way.
not like the creation of it, but
Yeah, so what was it?
decide.
It was meant to be trapped, right?
It's not always, but if fetish is an item or a trinket with a spirit stored on the inside, and it makes requests, and you hone to that request, and it gives you something in return. As long as you hone to the request. The request becoming more outrageous over time.
Well, if there is a spirit in here, it's not outrageous at all, so I think it rules it out of the question, right? That or it's dead. Are you dead? Spirit? Dead? It's definitely not dead. It's still doing the glowy thing. Sorry, just trying to make fun of the situation.
Or it could be a foci or a cursed stone. Where did you
Great.
find the sword? If it was so ornately wrapped, it might have been stored somewhere for a reason. Maybe a ritual sword.
I can't remember. Literally no memory. That's something. So, it was just kind of there when I
If it
woke
is a
up one
curse.
day, and yeah.
If it is a curse item, then we better find out sooner than later. So I will definitely have some scour around the library. Try to find some things.
Right.
I'll let you know what I find.
Thank you. I never really thought all this would come to light right away, but that's... I appreciate
It
that.
probably won't for a little while. Might be a while to find something.
Right, I just,
Some things aren't very well documented, but the school's library has proven useful in the past. Yeah. Some interesting books in there.
You know... I think I regret not being more open with all of you already. Should have done it the day I met Jewel, apparently, if it would have been like this. Oh well.
You want to have some of that wine we spoke about earlier?
That sounds great. All right.
Tara.
Tara, yes, they
Oh,
were
yeah,
supposed
Tara.
to arrive.
Maybe they've forgotten.
Could always
I'm
remind
going to
them.
put my stuff away.
I think I need to put my weapons away
They're
too.
not there. I'll dress and search for them.
Alright.
I will return later. I need to go talk to a couple people.
Actually, Tell.
next time Kingsley is here, it might be a good idea to have a conversation with him about it as well.
Right. Yes. And maybe not Stella. I think that's a bad idea. You know, you might be sleeping fine, Tel, but there's always another problem, isn't there? From being physically weary to emotionally withdrawn and worn out, it always gets worse. It's fine, whatever. Maybe I should keep you on hand just in case anyone attacks me when they find out. Don't know if this is over yet. Outside of the damned arm, I seem to be alright. Nothing major. I suppose that's the advantage of having teammates to take the brunt, right?
They're
Any
not
luck?
home.
Not
We're gonna
home.
go look for them.
Alright. I'll,
Just grabbing the gambeson.
I need to go find Bombadil and have a quick conversation.
Sure, we'll meet here.
Alright. First, I need to hit him, if he'll allow it. And then, we'll see. Maybe I can forgive him. Anura, I'll be back. I'm just going to find Bombadil.
Oh, Bombadil.
Yes.
For what?
I, need to have a conversation with the professor who leaked my race out loud in the middle of the, academy.
I understand. I wouldn't like it if some of my secrets were yelled.
Hopefully
over
he'll
a
let me
span of
beat
most
him with a
people.
stick. That'd be nice.
Beat him with his own.
Where is that small bastard? I suppose he meant no harm, though, did he? He was merely curious, but he knew a little of my race. He could recognize me, so he must have known about their reputation, surely. It's probably in his office. Right. Oh, it's quiet here. Bombadil? No answer. I think I just saw a Madari. Madari, where are you? They're too fast, damn it. I can hear him.
There has been
Millberry,
what's the word? Yes, the one that you guys
Concocting?
have been yes, the ones that you have been so proud about. Yes, there we go. Let's give it a space. But can you tell me how
You need to get his attention. You need to get his attention.
I ground up some strawberry, mushed it down into like a slightly
Bombadil?
And
oh my god.
Holy shit.
Whoa, that was very loud. Yes, Tel'Kahras.
I need to have a conversation with you. It's very important.
Okay.
I'm sorry,
Mind if I bring this?
Terra.
Of course. Take it along.
It's okay. Tell, when's that tea party? Is that tonight, you think?
That will be soon. Everyone's at the dorm. They're preparing, as it were. You're welcome to head over whenever you'd like.
Hey, Tel, can I bring my milk strawberry?
Thanks, Tell.
Of course.
Hey, good job kicking his ass today. That was really impressive.
Thank you.
Interesting.
Hang on a minute.
Right.
I didn't. I thought I held up quite well, you know?
You did. You won. I thought you won. Did you win?
I don't really know. I think I kind of drew. I don't want that one. He was like,
You seem a bit agitated. Is everything all right, young Tel'Kahras?
Well, Professor, I believe it's important to talk about this in a more private location, if that is okay.
Very well. Mike,
Right.
from it is then.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Everything all right? You seem to be a bit tense. If I repeat myself.
Oh, I'm definitely tense, Professor.
You're about to go and stab me. If I'm perfectly understood what's gonna happen. Is that right?
Oh, no, don't worry. There'll be no stabbings.
Okay. Is it a classroom? Yes, it is. Okay. What seems to be the matter, young Tel'Kahras?
I trusted you, Professor. I trusted you that you would keep my race a secret, yet all you seem to do, is openly discuss it right in the middle of the dorms, in the middle of the main hall where everyone can hear, with Professor Nella. My own teammates question me on it. Who else is going to know?
I'm sorry, I thought everyone knew about this.
No one knew. I had worked my damned hardest to keep this private.
Is that so? All right. Well, now that everybody knows, let me ask you a question, young Tel'Kahras. What are you going to do about it?
What am I going to do? I've already discussed it with my team. I've sat down with them. They've accepted it, and that's just my team, though. I'm a part of the team. I have to be with them. They have to accept it, right? That doesn't mean everyone else will. I know the Chancellor hates me. I know that surely many other people on the academy grounds might hate me. Oh yes, I'm absolutely sure of his disdain for my kind has made it apparent.
But your team... Actually, give me a bit.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, there's somebody in my head. Anyways.
It's fine.
So tell me, I know you are quite distraught with this. But first of all, apologies. I did not know that nobody knew. I thought it was a what's the word? Already a known thing. However, I do believe that how it went with your teammates it went fine, did it not?
It did, yes. It went fine.
So let me ask you a question. Why are you so afraid about your race? Why are you so afraid of people finding out that you are Draksha? Why?
Well, it's simple, really. Back in Drozer, if you had an elf walk into a bar, they might be looked at strangely, sure, depending on the place. If you had a Dragonkin walk into a bar, there's usually respect. A Draksha walks into the bar, they question if they're an elf or a Dragonkin. They look for the signs, find out they're neither, and then they throw them out, beat them, or threaten to kill them. There is no such nice treatment. I'm not used to whatever has happened at this academy. And quite frankly, I'm surprised my team and many of the professors here seem to treat me as nicely as they do. But that does not mean everyone here is going to view me in the same light they always has. Surely.
That is fine. Our job here at Rosewood is to make sure everybody live in harmony. we are doing this not just for some small cause. We are here to make sure everybody is viewed in the same light. Look, when people found out you were Draxa, nobody was making a big fuss about it. Did anyone come up to you and give you some disdainful remark or anything? Let me tell you something as well. There are many people here who have disdain taste for Vikings. They think of us as sneaky thieves, small enough that nobody will notice we do anything. But here, everyone is treated equal. Young Tel'Kahras. Doesn't matter what race you are. And if anybody decides to make fun of you for your race, well, we are here for a reason. We are here to make sure everyone here is treated equally. And if anyone ever does, tell them to me. I will have a stern talking to them. But I understand.
I see.
Young Tel'Kahras. Yeah, I understand where you're coming from. Your race definitely puts a tarnish on your trust. But after what happened here, what happened today, don't you think it's time to for you to give these people a chance? Let them know that the Draxa is not a race to be afraid, to be discriminated against, but instead a race to be, what's the word? To be just as good as, if not better than the Dragonkin, a pure-blooded Dragonkin or an elf. You are your own person, young Tel'Kahras. Don't let your race define who you are. Am I making sense?
I guess I am my own person, the same way that Professor Mordred may be a demon and many may be scared of him, but he proves otherwise most of the time. I suppose I just didn't...
Look, I know you're...
I didn't want it to come out like this.
You're frustrated. It's fine. I apologize that things did not go exactly how you wanted. And believe me, if I only knew that you were keeping it a secret, I would have kept a better mouth on it. But you just have to know that exposing your secret, if it ever was a secret, wasn't any of my intention. The entire staff knew about it. The entire a bunch of students already know about it, regardless of you trying to hide it. I mean, your getup alone doesn't really give any, what's the word? It doesn't really hide anything if you're trying to hide it.
That's true, but... Well, sometimes just by acting along, I felt like I fitted in. Sorelia didn't even know what I was. She just assumed I was another Dragonkin, so... The same went for Gil, Lefron.
It's understandable, young Tel'Kahras.
My own kind.
Events?
What were?
You're here. Let me reiterate a point. You're here because you're somebody who can make a change. You might think that we chose the students here at Rosewood just because of your what's the word? We just picked you up in the streets and decided to put you in this academy. That was never the point. Regardless of whether you see it or not, one of us, the staff, the professors here, see potentials in all of you. And if you are so afraid of your heritage, why not prove to the other races that the Draxa are just as, what's the word? Just as mighty and prideful as the Dragonkin are, even better. It's up to you to decide that destiny, not anyone else. Don't let anyone else's words define who you are. Mudbloods, scum, scales, that's not what defines you. What defines you is your actions, young Tel'Kahras. You understand?
I understand, Professor. I apologize for raising my voice.
If I may. Let me tell you a story, if I may intervene. Look at all these powerful professors here. They all have their own capable magic abilities. They all can cast magics that can smite you all down and kill you in one blow. Yet, look at old Bombadil here. Can't even punch a person's face out without breaking his own arm. I'm just a frail old man. And you'd be rightful to think about that. If it's anything I would like to share myself, how about I tell you a little bit secret about myself as well?
All right.
Tit for tat. Now, do you know what the primes are?
The primes, I've never heard of them, I'll be honest, Professor.
Basically, these are, how would I put it? They are the nobles of Fevira.
I see.
Living all the way in the fancy capital of Kakar. And one born of a prime is one that's meant to be born of magic affinity. And to be born of a prime is to be expected to be a master of magic. To be able to cast a second level skill by the age of 10. If that makes any sense. Yes.
That is impressive, I see.
Would it be surprising to tell you that old Bombadil is in fact a prime himself?
You are you're a magic savant, as it were, but I've not seen you cast a single spell.
Exactly. I was born from the prime lineage, but I was treated with I'm quite uncomfortable telling this to you, but tit for tat. I've let your secret come out. It's up to you if you want to spread my secret, all right? Whatever you do with the information I give to you, it's up to you.
Well, Bombadil, I'm aware of yours, so I will keep it that.
I was born with the inability to use magic. That makes any sense. Laugh all you want. Old Bombadil can't fire a magic fireball. Can't raise up anything like the divine shield and any of his primal relatives. So I know exactly what it means to be discriminated and cast aside from your society, from your community. That's why I took an interest in you, young Tel'Kahras. But you see, what I did was, instead of sulking around and showing them that I am not, then this inability of mine is something to look down upon and to just be forgotten and thrown away, I decided to use this ability in my advantage and learn a different skill, to be a master of something else. To prove to them that just because I am of a different thing, of a different kind, one that is often called distasteful, doesn't mean that I can't be something that I can't be. So I decided I will learn alchemy. And I vowed to them that I would be the best goddamn alchemist there ever will be. 60 years later, I have written countless books about alchemy, progressing the art as much as it can be, and I've been able to make alchemy accessible to the common man. Do you understand where I'm going with this?
I see. You, despite discrimination, have made yourself a legend in another field, completely proving those who saw you as nothing wrong. Right?
And don't take this as a Cinderella story. There are still many people that in Kakar that think of me. It was the primary reason why I left the place. Couldn't stand the politics of Kakar and their what's the word? Their elite thinking, and is why they even closed themselves off against these rift problems in the first place. And I believe that you have the same reason to come into Rosewood. Am I not right?
It offered a better odds of survival in the streets, so I came here to find out what I needed to, and well, it seems
regardless, you came here for a new life.
Yes, I did. even if it's at someone else's will.
And with your new life... well, I don't actually know entirely about your story, but I just want to leave it at this. What you are right now doesn't define you. And if anyone tells you any different,
Hey.
look at them. Somebody... Hello? It's probably just the wind. Anyways.
She's headed there now.
Yeah, it's probably just the wind.
Just
don't
the
worry
wind,
about
yes, yes, I hear nothing.
Anyways. Let me ask you again. What are you, Tel'Kahras?
I am Tel'Kahras Faermorn, a Drakshar who will prove that despite what some may think of him, or what all may think of him, he's much more than the opinion many hold of his race. I will become someone who can stand on my own 2 feet, or fly with my own 2 wings, I suppose. I will not prove that my race aren't all inherently terrible or cursed, but do enough to clear my own name and prove myself as someone worth their soil or sand.
That's right. You are not limited to your race, young Tel'Kahras. Just because your race is considered utter countless bad words that I do not fully understand, I do believe that you, yourself, can make a difference. And if that difference is just to show people that your race is actually not as bad as you can think of it, not as bad as everyone thinks. If your race is something that people can actually look up to and be an inspiration with, you have done more to your kind than anybody else has. And I believe your stay here at Rosewood will help you with that.
I feel you're right, Professor. Thank you.
Yes.
I apologize for interrupting your time with terror and shouting out your name instead of calling you Professor. I know you.
That's perfectly understandable. I know a student when he's distraught when I see one. And I apologize as well. It was, well, the reason why I even brought that up was I was interested in helping you out. Speaking of which, I did talk to Chancellor Malik about it, and he was all right with me helping you. And honestly, I believe he's almost given the responsibility to me. So, with that being said, I will be keeping my eyes on you, Tel'Kahras. Just because we had our little problems there. I don't believe that is any cause for us to cause any strife.
No, I don't believe so either. I'll be keeping my eyes on you too, Professor. Don't you go saying anything bad out in the middle of the main hall again. We don't want to shout at you again.
I've learned my lesson. Don't worry. Besides, I can't mess with you. You're gonna beat me up. I already told you. I'm just a poor, frail old man. I can't do anything. Like, why would I mess with my students? My beloved students. Actually,
you never mess with your students, Professor.
Look, all I'm saying is that if anybody messes with my favorite students, they're going to get the bad end of the bombardil. And you know what they say? Okay, here's the thing. If anybody makes fun of your race or anything about you that's very discriminatory, you come to me. You tell me, and I'll make sure that they understand why they're here and that discrimination is bad. And I'm gonna show them with this.
It is a mighty stick. Let's see you wave it, Professor. Are you trained in the art of stick combat?
Of course. Watch this. I may not be the strongest person, but if you apply the right pressure, like here on your leg, and I just push it down like that.
Yep. I see.
And put it down, like put you down here, and I hit you in the head. Fuck.
Okay. Yep, that would
there
work.
we go.
I see. Great. You've got it.
An
I
old
think
man
I
needs
just
to
heard my team
help
members
himself.
outside.
Wait, one last thing.
Yes.
Come with me.
Yes.
I need to take a blood sample for you.
All right.
Yes, I borrowed a syringe from Professor Malekith. There we go. You're not squeamish with needles, right?
Anything stabbing me, as long as it doesn't kill me, it's fine, I guess.
All right, perfect. I don't want you to, like, suddenly pissed off at me in multiple ways, and I don't want to,
No,
you know,
it's fine.
encapsulate that a little more. Can you sit down for me, please?
Of course.
There we go. This one, all right. Let me just disinfect it. A little bit of disinfecting powder here. Put it over here. Are you left-handed or right-handed? I don't know.
I'm right-handed primarily. It's fine. I already dislocated my right arm today.
Okay.
I can't get much worse, surely.
Yeah, perfect. Oh, oops. I just need to get a quick blood sample. Hopefully you're not squeamish. This will just be very quick.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
That's longer than
And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There we go. Yes.
That was quick, but that's
I'll put
fine.
this in. Oh, trust me, I've done longer.
Oh, I see.
This will help me with my research. Like I said, I'm here for the long run with you, Tel'Kahras. I'm not just here. The reason I even asked them was because I was quite more interested in learning more about you. And it might have cost you your identity for a bit, but trust me, once I'm done with you, you'll be what's the word? You'll be from Drac. You'll be a Drac boy to a Drac man. I don't know if that makes any sense, but yes.
Yes, I like that analogy very much. All right, Professor.
Anyways, here's some chocolate.
Oh,
yeah, have some chocolate. You know, another apology for what happened. All right.
Mm-hmm. Oh, lovely. Okay, we're good. Thank you, Professor. I appreciate you taking the time.
Don't worry about it.
Right, I must see to Terror about this tea. What is it? It's not.
Young Ivian made it. It's milk with chocolate. He said milk with chocolate and strawberry.
He's
said it was
bringing
tasty.
some
It's
over
called
to,
Millberry.
to my dorm, I believe.
Oh, well, have a quick
I'll have
taste
a
just in case everyone else like.
That is quite pleasant, actually. I'm definitely having some of that and mixing it with the wine and tea. Mm-hmm.
Ah, perfect. Actually, we're going to the dorms. I need to talk with Team Ventus along the way, so I'll probably go with you.
Of course.
Now, wasn't that a good heart-to-heart without any interruptions? Ah, hello, Soralia.
It was.
Hello.
I
Have you? Ah, no, go on.
Oh, everything okay? I just asking.
Yeah.
Okay. Right. Well.
Actually, can I talk to young Soralia for a second? If that's all right.
Sure. I'll carry on my way to the dorms, I guess. If that's
All right.
All right.
I'll see if I can catch you or not. All right.
Of course, Prosby.
Young Soralia.
I can't speak. That's some good chocolate. Maybe I should listen in.
Keeping tabs on a teammate.
No worries. Can I speak to you in private for a bit?
Damn it. He's learning. All right. To the dorm. We've kept them waiting long enough, right? There's some good chocolate, though. Well, I didn't get to hit him with his stick. In fact, he hit me with his, but that's fine. I got something much more valuable. Respect. Still, would have been nice. There's Ventus. Let's see who they're about. Ow, every time. Hello, team. Well. Oh boy, I need a drink. One sec, guys. I am dying of thirst right now. That was very eventful, wasn't it? Ah. Can't believe that happened this session. That was so fun though. Very unexpected, but very fun.
Hello? Oh, there you are.
Ah, hello.
You keep Dumbledore alive?
Yes, surprisingly, that went quite well. I did startle him at least once, though, so that was good. Where did you come from? Were you hiding in the room?
The room. I walked right behind you. I even said your name.
You must have not heard you.
I'm sorry, I was taking a drink.
I saw.
From one of my small potion A moment I left them in the room.
Smooth.
Where the hell have they gone? I reset my model earlier. Right.
I wonder if Stella is the one who keeps ordering the wine. How he keeps so stocked up.
Have you seen the warehouse?
That's also true. But there's so much
Speaking
of it.
of
The one, if
things,
it's in the
Tel.
warehouse.
Hello?
The bottle.
Whoa, what about the bottle? Wait. I saw
Are you
someone.
going to give it back?
Okay, we're good. Am I going to give the bottle back?
You're going to give it back? Am I going to have to dig it out of your drawers?
Well, I suppose as a sign of trust. After your acceptance of what I am.
This isn't about trust. This is about your safety.
Also, I would say better. For the other themes and professors, maybe they might not like stealing from the locals. Maybe.
I suppose that's true. But
But I've seen from Bellicosa.
I'm just getting revenge on the birds.
And-
They stole my tailpiece, so I can steal from them, right?
He didn't steal from you. He's not a bird. He has feathers, but not everything that has feathers is a bird, necessarily.
And I shouldn't be prejudiced to other races, considering what I just spoke to Bombadil about with my own. That's right. Still. Right, I'll go get the bottle before I change my mind.
I'll make you a better bottle anyways.
Best be the best damn bottle I've ever seen. Demon Bird's bottle was pretty cool.
What would you like to have inside said bottle?
Liquid gold. If you can't do that, I'll take wine.
Tell, that's piss. You just told us to put piss in a bottle.
That's not what I meant.
That is literally what you just said.
That's not what he meant. I decided to ignore
I'm
it.
getting the bottle before I change my mind. It's changing quickly.
I'll make you some mead. It's also gold.
You would have to be a pretty incredible bottle, and I'll only keep the gold
Alright.
to also know.
Under this, under some clothes, under that bottle, under this. There. Right.
That's probably some
Give him an honor bottle.
Great. Well,
Give us a moment.
I've got the.
Alright. If this is about tea, I could help. Are we the only guys?
We're just making the tea now. Just making the tea now.
We're
Yes,
making it now.
sorting
Just
that out.
give.
Alright, have fun.
Okay, it'll be just a second. Just a second.
Don't come in. I'm naked.
Hold on.
Yeah, he's naked. You can't come in.
Stay out
No,
here.
I won't come in, Val.
No, Viv. It's a surprise.
Okay.
Okay, I'm making the tea. You can come in now. We've hidden the little super surprise.
I mean,
thing.
if your other friends are retired, or if they're not.
Right.
I mean, that's
Bag.
So we're second in command now.
Oh.
I mean, she gets to tell. Whoa. Hello, tell.
Apologies.
I don't think I'm that startling of a sight, am I now?
No. I was trying to go through the door and immediately was surprised by Jackson, and I know I need your help with the tea. I still can't really use my right arm all that well. Can I just direct you through it?
Sure.
I'll do my best Bombadil impression.
Yes.
Sit on the throne.
Your best Bombadil impression. Please don't, actually. Don't give me a headache.
Okay. I'll just do my best me. Right. So, bags here. Inside you'll find some chamomile. The stalks and the petals and the seeds are all intact as one. Now, it's an important process. Apparently, you've got to do this step by step. You pull off each of the petals individually and set them aside into a pile. That's it, you're doing great. It's a very complicated process, I know.
I know my way around ingredients.
Sure. Now, remove the stalk and separate it as well. So you're just left with the seed, and go ahead and place the seeds of the set of chamomile flowers that you've got onto the ground first, or onto the table, I should say. Because first, what we're going to do is fill the kettle with water. Very important.
Very.
I almost forgot about that myself. You can't. You just have ingredients, and wouldn't you? Okay. There we
You could
go.
try eating them, but I don't think that'd be very pleasant. Don't eat it. Don't. Wash your mouth out.
Okay. Okay. I regret that. Right. So. Now, the petals, gather them all into your hands, right? All into the one hand. And then you're going to squeeze out the extract into the pot. Bombadil was very, very serious about the emphasis on squeeze, like really hard. That's it. You see that trickle? That trickle? This is exactly what it is. That trickle there, falling into the pot. That is the extract. That's the good stuff. Right. Okay. That should be enough. That's good. Great. Now, you are going to throw in the seeds. Make sure they're all in your hands. Give them a shake. Get them all separated evenly. And then...
Have you added the wine yet?
We're adding wine to it? Is that a good idea? I don't...
Yes.
No, don't add wine. Don't add the wine.
Okay,
Not
we'll
with
keep the
tea.
wine.
It's not going to be very good.
It's not
Keep the wine
Bombadil's
for
fault.
later.
It's not... Right.
Keep the wine for later.
Okay. Now, just spread them out evenly, like a flower. Drop it all out at once. I suppose it is a flower, really. There we go, perfect. It's all around there.
It is.
Okay. Now, very important, we need
Do
a
we have
stirring
any
device.
poisons?
Stirring.
A spoon.
I have a stirring device.
Right. We're not using the
Don't.
finger.
No.
It might work, though.
We are not.
It might work for yourself.
not
Other
real
people have
finger.
to drink.
Might give a metallic tang to it. That's not a bad idea.
You're still using it like a hand. Please.
Now, very important.
Okay, so stir.
3 stirs to the left exactly. Make sure they're slow, gradual.
Left.
Perfect. Yes. Again.
This is
2.
Bombadil's recipe, isn't it?
Yes. And another.
3. It is.
And then
3.
a quarter to the right. And a little bit more. A little bit more. Just a tad. Almost a half, but not quite. Perfect. Okay. Now, if you pull it all out. Just the yes. Perfect. Okay. And now we're going to bring it up to a simmer. So we need to pull it on over because I don't know how this kettle boils there.
You might want to turn the stove on first.
That's a very good point.
You have wood?
Wood. Oh, we do. Val, I need your help. It's a dire, critical situation. I can't carry wood with my arm. I feel like Stella right now. I'm so sorry.
Where is it?
I really think I can get
Where is
things
the
right now.
It's over. We could work together as a team. Okay, I'll get the door.
Solus, come in. We need your
Hi.
assistance.
Welcome. Come on in.
Need assistance? What do you need help me with?
I need you to help us with some wood.
No, it's fine. It's
My
fine.
arm's fine.
Please put this in the stove. Please put this in the stove. Please take it off me. Please take it off me. There we go. Thank you.
Great. Okay.
In the stove? That's the
Yes, that.
In the stove.
that thing here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You need me heating up the
Here we go.
stove?
If you can set it
No.
on fire,
Yes, light it up.
you do
No,
do that,
no,
right? No.
no,
Okay.
no.
We'll do it the proper way.
No.
All right.
No.
Okay. I can put on a fire though if you want over there. Did it for my team earlier. A few days ago.
That's not a bad idea. Sure, please do. Go for it.
As long as I have permission to, I don't want to start.
You have my
Burning
permission
hands.
as Tel'Kahras
Please don't set the door on
member
fire.
of Team Lumen.
I won't. Don't worry. I
Cal
can
doesn't
manage.
hold enough power to give that permission.
But I give it anyway.
Alright,
Do I
the
have
stove's
your
on.
permission,
Right, so
Your Highness?
now we just bring it up
Start
to
a
a
fire.
slow sort of boil. Perfect, perfect.
Yep,
Okay, now for the integral part of the process. I need you to put your hands against it and just channel, imbue, envision the pot. Envision the substances that we've created.
Against the
and
hot
just
pot.
Not on it, against it. Just very close.
Very
Bombadil didn't burn his hands, I didn't burn mine. And now,
I'll say it again.
feel the mana flow through you, yada yada yada. I'm not a professor, but it should just start coming out if you envision it correctly.
Sure. Captain, if that's okay.
There, the little spark. Right, great. That should be enough, I think. It should be shocking. Great. I'm not sure how this will taste, but it should be fine. Oh, and very important, the last ingredient is a... we'll just... remove it off of there and not hit water.
Oh.
Is...
Your hand on the stove.
Yes, that's...
Please don't burn yourself. Put it on hot. Put it on some water so it
Mhm,
doesn't
mhm.
form a blister.
Right, the last step is to imbue it with a little bit of love, as Bombadil says. Give it a tap and think something positive.
Put magic into it.
We already did that. Wait, that's a secret. You're not meant to know that. Oh, it's fine. I know another secret now anyway.
There we go. So
You did
Oh,
whisper it.
it's not an important secret. I know a much more important one.
it's pretty good.
No, it's about
No.
Bombadil. Sorry, I shouldn't say that.
Fuck.
Right.
I rolled for it and I accidentally did.
Well, let's see how this is, shall we?
This is 17.
Just trying to. Didn't feel like I was doing.
Right.
I mean, you were holding out better than I would have. I didn't.
Why does this mug feel so heavy?
I just
Are you okay there?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Might be a mix of missing them as well. She was messing with spoons on the top of the thing. She's got full instrument.
Moment of truth.
I agree.
I trust it's not poisonous.
It's not mine. He could be front line. I could protect range. But he wasn't here today.
That is
He won't always be here.
I don't know. We've been told once.
electrifying.
The auditorium.
For lack of better words.
I'm glad to know that it's good.
Yes.
If there's one thing.
Alright, let's pull these mugs over. Do we have a tray or anything? A tray would be really useful. I've seen such devices
No,
used.
just carry.
Look.
I'll just carry multiple.
Oh, perfect. You can take
Literally
mine
6 hands here.
and this mug.
That should be enough.
I'm out of room on my tray.
Oh, shit.
I'll
Two
carry the
hands.
rest. Where's the...
Okay. It should be
Okay,
more on
how
the
many
side.
more?
Yes, I think we've got enough for 5. Wait, 1, 2, 3. Oh shit, I didn't think about that. Hopefully they brought mugs.
We have enough.
Aye, tea is ready.
Ooh. Tea. Oh, I gotta. Thank you very
Chamomile
much.
tea with a hint of electricity. That sounded terrible. I'm sorry.
Don't say it like that. Please don't say it.
The tea?
Yes.
It's not. It's not gonna.
We're not gonna get electrocuted yet.
Am I going?
No,
it's
no,
not
I
about
didn't.
electrocute.
I was worried for a moment that it would be a shocking revelation, but no.
Okay, now I'm not
No.
drinking it.
If you don't, it's an insult
That's
to all
the
of
fourth
Lumen
time
and
in
Jackson.
a row.
I really
forget. I
hard.
get excited.
That's pretty good. Don't worry.
Look, if you wanted to kill me with
Sorry, you
your
want
lightning
tea?
bolts, you could have done it in the arena.
That's
It's
it. Won't
Nora's
hurt.
specialty.
We're all actively drinking it. Look.
Why does it keep sounding like
special
I'm
about it.
making strange linguistic plays every time I say something regarding tea? I'm sorry.
Control yourself.
I can't.
By the way, the fire's going. There is definitely a
Is it just a cup somewhere? Huh.
No, I see it. What do you-
God damn it.
Second coming.
My poor wall.
Feeling really snazzy chairs.
Yes?
Where did you get all these from?
You're stolen.
Ow. I left my tea. So Vera.
Fair enough.
Tea.
My tea from the thing.
Thank you.
Of course.
I left it up there. Thank you.
Right. Where's mine? It was over there.
It's a good flavor. It's a saying in Palvendor.
Yes, I have.
At least between
The ultimate heist.
Swap yours for poison, would believe me.
Congratulations.
Yeah. That's good so much.
This is a
Laura or
difficult
chair?
choice. I don't want to sit in the thrones, but I'd prefer to sit on this side so I can see everyone, and
I sat in
not
the
this
throne.
side. Fine, I'll sit in the
What
throne.
happens if you sit in the throne? King Tel'Kahras.
Oh no, I feel
My
like
God,
I'm
again.
being
No.
possessed by the spirit of Cecilia.
I'm not carrying you.
Where's someone to carry me?
If anyone were to carry Cecilia's spirit, I think it would be Honora. Yeah.
Excuse me. At least I can
She's
do my
so
own.
much better than that.
Honora, please, I need your help.
That's a pretty good royal.
Oh, I need to
Jackson.
sleep.
2 days ago, after the combat initially, I was with her in the mess hall. She was sitting next to Zuko, and she was begging Zuko to go grab her water when it was like a meter away from her. And when Zuko refused, she asked
Oh,
the
this doesn't
Bombadil, a
reflect well on
fragile
me.
old man, to get her
Yeah.
own water. Don't ever say that to me again. Please, I beg of you. I'm better than that.
Honora,
But you're so strong in spirit.
Yes.
are you talking tea? Are you spilling tea, per se?
It just gets worse, doesn't it?
Really? Really?
What? What's getting worse?
Don't worry, I got this.
Sorry.
You can keep sitting there. It's not like I use a footstool.
I feel kind of threatened, honestly, with you at this distance.
Could be
This
the
is
throw.
a threatening distance for you?
He's got a gun.
Oh.
Doesn't work.
That's a good point.
Shh, that's private information. They can't. Never mind. It totally works.
No, I saw that last night. Are you going to shoot Tel for his throne?
No, that'd be ridiculous. Why would I want the throne?
Oh, so it's
Gold and shiny.
Yeah, yeah.
There's more to
Right.
life than gold.
Like killing.
That is true. So,
I mean, there's more to life than gold, but gold is a very useful material. It's a shame that it's being sat on. If it is real
Oh my
gold
god.
and not
Did
just...
Ivan drop off the strawberry milk? I thought he was on his way to do that.
No.
Okay.
I think it might have
Strawberry
come
milk.
better
I don't
already.
think it's real.
I mean, it could be made out of
Mhm.
some... it could be made out of something else and painted gold.
You know, I
Who
might
knows,
ask
maybe
to
the
have one
Linnets
of
were
these
cheap.
melted down.
Liquid gold.
Maybe the Linnets were cheap.
I'm not a big fan of
Girls
you know,
do care
posh
more
people. You
about
want to hand to
appearance
that?
than anything else, as long as it looks real.
No.
Hmm.
And they believe
Yeah,
it's
I
real.
would have to
Some
bring
stuff
it to
are in
the
it.
third floor
I wonder
of
if
the...
Cecilia's tiara is real.
Yeah.
Probably.
A little better for audio.
Right. Well, anyways, while we're all here, there was something I discussed with you the prior day.
Right.
Unfortunately, Cecilia is not present, but Stella isn't present. But it would be quite beneficial, I believe, for us to talk about our teams and how we could perhaps work together in the future, or complement one another, as it were. Since we fought each other so
If you
much.
have anything specific in mind? That's a good point. Yeah.
Well,
Apologies for being so brutal about that lately, by the way. Octavian has a way of forcing that out of us.
he does. It's all good. Anyways,
Yes. Yes.
Well, first of all, I think it's important for us to discuss what we believe our teams really focused on. You know, as a overall goal, or what we want to do as an effective group.
Sure.
Right.
We had similar discussions recently.
Oh, well, we did too, at least about our own personal progressions, but not anything really further. So it is a shame Stella isn't here, because I think she'd have some input as a team captain, but oh well, I'm looking at this empty chair as if it matters.
Yeah, and then the rest of the team as well would be more of a scope, but it's fine. We can work it out here while they're busy. Okay, what are you thinking exactly? To complement, are you thinking going off of
Well,
what we see here, or are we all assigning each other specific jobs?
I meant more as a what we see. Personally, I think looking at our team, that being Lumen, we are very focused on a standard defensive and holding a position with ranged capabilities from both Anura and, of course, Val.
Yeah.
And
Kingsley is quite the shield.
indeed he is, as well as Sorelia, of course. And I kind of fill that strange mid-gap of either sneaking off and stabbing someone in the back, sorry about that, or, well, whatever else really is required of me in the moment. And Cecilia does her part to support. So, as a team, I think we fall under perhaps a steadfast defender, or the ideal kind to cause a distraction or hold ground. Now, I'm not too sure on your team's objectives or what you really see yourselves as, so I'd love to hear.
Do you guys have any input?
Well, I can speak for myself certainly, and from the talk we had, we're not exactly super defensive in our stance. You know, we're a little more
Current
kill the
numbers limit
person
us
and then
at the moment,
get
as
out.
well as the
I think we're
stature
we're
and
pretty
the build
aggressive
of-
in our fighting, from what I can understand. Anyway.
Sure.
I mean, me
ideally,
personally, I get hot-headed.
Yeah. Savira, did you have anything?
No, Solus said everything I was gonna say.
Okay. Yeah, ideally, I suppose we would want to remain more undetected and subtle, at least for now, because we have no one with extreme defense at the moment, although I believe it is something we could work on. But that's a long-term situation, and Unveiled could be anything. I suppose with what you were saying about Stella, I feel like I fit that role a little bit, not probably to the T, but I have defense and I have range and I have the capability of sneaking away and disengaging pretty easily. Savira at the moment has some range. She's our medic. If it was my call, I would prefer she would stay
One moment.
pretty away from close engagements, just to prolong the life of the unit. Solus is very quick. He's got the fire spell that you all watched today, and he's leaning into that.
Glad I didn't
and
feel that.
Iveen himself, Iveen himself is pretty quick as well. He's taking advantage of that. And today it seemed like he was working on defense, maybe a shield. So overall, relatively aggressive, just in the sake of working with each other. I found myself guarding who I could when we were facing whatever that thing was. I think it's a Rift Beast. And what else? Yeah, so preferably I would prefer that Terra at the moment remains a little bit less exposed in sight on the battlefield, as well as maybe just like their weaknesses and strengths and such. But as we are allies, I think it would be good that you know where our weaknesses stand. You know.
Right, it's always good, yes. Well,
Okay.
if you're a team that wishes, to focus on that slightly more out there approach, perhaps attacking flanks or from behind or taking advantage of surprise, then
shock cavalry. Yeah.
Exactly. Shock cavalry being what though? I'm not really familiar with the term. Like electric
that's,
horses or?
It's a wow, that sounds amazing. No, it's this
Can
unit
we get horses?
No. I want horses.
We asked nicely, and if can we
I
get
don't
horses?
think it's in the
Probably
budget.
More like a cat. A big cat.
A what?
So
should we ask the town for horses?
We have several big cats on campus.
Ride one of the Madari.
Do we ride
Good
the big
idea,
cats
Noah.
into combat?
Maybe we could finally get livestock, actually.
True.
Yeah, that would be good. That's a good point.
I want to ride a horse into combat. That sounds fun.
Yeah,
We would
so
finally
shock
have to know
cavalry
where the
is
milk
a
comes from.
cavalry unit, which means men on horses. Shock cavalry is designed to be aggressively offensive. Come in out of nowhere. Most of the time, the smartest use of them have been when the enemy finally spots them. It's far too late to retreat anywhere. And I think the most famous use of it is have you heard of the hammer and anvil tactic? It's the infantry holds off the offenders, and then the cavalry comes around from behind and smashes them against the infantry wall and traps them.
Well, now I'm aware of it. I'm sure Val knew.
Possibly.
Right.
Right. Well, if you see your
Is it
team useful
one
in
idea
that
for
way.
one situation.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Then I suppose as us as a defending group could very much be complemented by your side coming in from a tactical flank or from behind then. That, of course, definitely works. Now, let's come up with a theoretical situation, shall we? Let's say, I don't know, the Rift Beast we were fighting today, for example, were to appear once more. What didn't go well?
Ranged defense.
This is a good discussion.
I agree.
I'd like to go last.
Solus?
Yeah.
Well, I had a little think about it myself, and I thought, and I actually think you're pretty strong, and I think I'm right with a sword, and we both attacked the ankles of the damn thing, and didn't do anything. It just kind of kept going, and it had such strong ankles, it was bouncing around everywhere, jumping across the entire thing. Yeah, it's a lot of thick armor.
Non-magic damage.
Yeah.
And that's the thing, and when I shot my little firebolt, it did a decent bit. It flinched. No, it reacted to being hit by it, which was something. It was a nice little adrenaline rush, and then I ran out of energy. But I think the thing to keep in mind is the outside's very, very, sturdy. It's hard. It's armored. Assuming all of them are similar anyway. But the inside won't be. Probably. Maybe? I'm assuming it wouldn't be. It'd be weird to have, solid insides, right? I had a bit of an idea. Well, yeah, I got a bit excited earlier, and I thought learning a fire punch and then punching it in the mouth and blowing its head off that way, but I think that might get me killed, so...
You might lose a hand.
Not if we could hold it down, maybe.
That's true. That's
some sort of way
You have
to...
no physical prowess to do such a thing.
Maybe some sort of way to pry it open, some sort of... Maybe we could design some sort of weapon that uses magic into the tip of it or something, right? Because it's magic damage. That hurts. You get some really sharp magic, stab a hole in it, and then you just shove everything you've got in there.
Perhaps a poison, yes.
In place, since it is
that could be really good from the inside.
Perhaps a discussion with Bombadil might suffice.
I mean, if you can stab the eyes as well, that helps, but that's not exactly easy.
Could be something to work with.
Okay. So Vera,
Some sort of binding spell. Some bomb.
No? Okay. You guys were having a talk. If you wanna...
yeah, sorry. I had the idea of potentially a binding spell.
Oh yeah.
Something that binds it into place. 3 hits in.
Holding it down.
Potentially chip it down even more. And potentially maybe even capture?
I mean, I've heard about it, but I also
Sounds
know
risky.
it probably hasn't gone very well.
It is. Capturing what do you mean? Capturing something like that and being able to see how it works, wouldn't that be extremely beneficial?
It is.
If it was a real rift
incredibly
beast.
dangerous. Trust me.
I don't think
Everything we're
deserves that
doing
chance
here is
to keep living,
dangerous.
Yeah. We're going to have to find out, one way or another.
If we can keep it in a weakened state.
What it can do.
Yeah, that sounds like a bigger discussion altogether for all of us. As a school, maybe. Val, did you have anything to add about the scenario?
Not as of current.
Okay.
Is he
All right.
alright?
Yeah. I don't want to step on anyone.
Right, well...
We're all good. Okay.
So if I might add...
What I noticed wrong was obvious. Honora was one of our first to go down. She was bounced at several times, but I feel like that's easy to fix.
Throwing its attention away from me might be beneficial.
The best shield we had at the time probably would have been Soraleer, but no fault of because another thing is that I've noticed is that we have a tendency to be distracted when we engage, and not keep in mind our strengths and weaknesses and the objective.
This is important.
So, I mean, actually, Lumen, or at the time, Stella, exploited that, out of most teams, with the Capture the Flag event. And so, you know, just remaining in that, probably in that frame of, oh, hello. Probably in that frame of reason, where we in the frame of reason of the enemy we're dealing with, and for that one it was a Rift Beast, so maybe taking advantage of its instincts would have been beneficial to us. Its own strengths, because it's probably not going to think about its weaknesses very often if we can expose those. And in the end, I think that is what got a lot of it.
I think as well, a big part of it was
The glasses are
it
back
was
on.
continuously getting lightning balls in its face.
Interesting.
And not being really hurt by any physical damage it was taking. So, of course, that's going to draw attention.
That was
If there's more magic
infantry
near it,
defense, I
it's going to
suppose.
focus on what's closest. If that is what is actively hurting it.
That's
it might
true.
try to get to me, but
No, yeah, if you can distract it, and then we can have it taking more than one point of... That's a good idea. Okay, I'm done. Sorry, Tel.
No, it's all good. I think they're very good strategies, actually. I'm not really a master tactician, but with my experience of what I saw happening, I think it's best if we were to focus, at least as we are now, on a very defensive approach. Right now, we're unable to bind Rift Beasts. We're unable to really hold them back for too long. So, what better than to run a distraction as the spellcasters pelt into them? The offensive members of our team, such as myself and Solus, well, we can't really do much in the way of melee. Of course, you have your fire spell, which does add something. I wish I could do that, to be honest, but oh well. I believe those of us incapable of dealing damage, whether that be close range or long, to a Rift Beast, should be working as a distraction. I know it's risky, but we must all pull our part, right? And our defensive support, as it were, should be focusing on making sure that our spellcasters are able to consistently continue to cast without worry or fear of attack to them. If, for example, I understand Solos was being attacked earlier when the Rift Beast jumped over, I believe Val actually jumped in the way with his hammer. If we could see something similar happen with our defense, such a situation arise, we could easily unload as much as possible into it. And should our offensive team members be able to distract the beast long enough to reform and recuperate, for our defense team members to either take a stamina potion or just regain their senses, then it might buy us the precious time we need to put one down, as we stand now. That's my view, anyways.
Definitely supporting or defending our long range, especially our casters, is really important, it would seem. And perhaps if Honora was able to stay up longer, had I been able to defend her, it probably would have gone down. Especially with Solus and his fireballs.
Yeah. Yeah. I also had a ranged ability I should have pulled out at the time. I had forgotten. I don't know if it would have weakened it necessarily, because it's not magical, but it would have distracted it.
And precisely, distraction always can work, as I've found.
Yeah. Okay.
for all we know, they're also quite mindless, making a lot of ruckus and noise, pretending to be a bigger threat than you are.
It's true. It's a good idea. Experiment. I haven't dealt with Rift Beast personally, except for that one.
Me neither.
I did find it very interesting, to be honest. The roar it made, while quite frightening and bloody burst my eardrums was, quite an interesting call, I found. Perhaps it could be used to alert others, as it were. Might be better to shut it up before it do it.
Oh, like a signal.
Yes.
Huh.
It's actually very
Binding.
specific.
Well, we have to
I was
figure
told
out-
to study things.
Fast.
Yeah.
No, yeah, because shock cavalry, at least in that situation, is probably going to be more.
I'm still here, don't worry.
Well,
Just listening.
Just with the idea of the shock cavalry, it would probably be more. The said stealth attack would be the initial attack, because relying on any of us to take it down in one swift blow is not an advantage I think we have yet. At least not that thing that I saw. But, you know, if we can get some kind of really, really good hit in on one of those things, or any enemy, before we spark off a big battle, that could be an effective use of terror as well. You know, something to hit the heart of them, and break their defense morale. But there's another tactic.
I agree. Well,
You'll have to forgive me, I'm not too familiar with a lot of the stuff we've got here, but attack, you can infuse magic into it, right? You can use magical stuff alongside some...
I believe so.
I'll train to see if I can then blast away those damn things in one blow.
Yeah,
I've got a plan, but I don't know if it's gonna work, and it's risky, but I'm gonna go ahead and get the crafting division at some point. I'm gonna ask if they can make me a gauntlet, something that I can imbue fire magic into. After today, I realized.
No,
have
you'd be
magic
focused.
Don't know, honestly.
Potentially.
I have no idea.
If it's not,
If you want a gauntlet, there's some in the warehouse.
That's a good place.
I need something that can protect my hand as I go to punch him square in the face. I'm gonna learn to do a fire punch. That's what I've set on. I'm gonna do. My aim's a bit shit, so unfortunately I can rely on myself to shoot some from a distance. And as far as I can tell, it weakens the
It'd be good
further
to
away
work
it
on
gets
it.
from me.
it's
I can
always
punch
useful to have
something
a
good.
range.
That's what I'm good at. That's what I'm used to. I could probably give it a good
I was going to invest in a
right
smoke
hook
bomb,
across the face.
but
If
you
I
know,
can...
the ingestion of magical poison has given me an idea. I'm feeling. that might be
Ingestion of
interesting.
magical poison.
Well, yeah, because it's soft on the inside. That might help with Rift Beast if it breathes it in or drinks it.
Potential. I mean, if you could get it to swallow a bomb.
oh yes, let's just
Oh,
walk
boy.
up to the Rift Beast. Hello, foul
I mean, I
Rift
could
Beast,
try.
how are you doing?
When it's roaring,
He
that'd
has
be
a
a great
slingshot.
time.
He has a
Oh, that's a good
slingshot.
point,
If he aims,
right.
if he aims
Right.
correctly. Yeah, he mentioned
Yeah.
earlier that he had a slingshot and bombs.
That's fine. It's fine. That's a hard hit to make anyway. So, but yeah,
it'd
I'd have
work.
to be close. Maybe I'll use it if I'm
Hell,
about
even
to
getting
die.
it to explode in one of his eyes and take out his vision.
Yeah. Okay. Was that most of the?
I think, honestly, we covered everything and more that came to my mind, at least. Can't wait to tell Stella about it all. Oh, God.
Yeah. And keeping like. And then
Oh, I really like scratching the back of my head when I'm in a
What's the
sighing mood, you
problem?
know. I was saying I can't wait to tell Stella about it all. Talking of which, wine. I think now that we're perhaps
Wine.
done, drinks are in order, right? Right.
Yeah, let's get wine. Let's go. Wine. Happy wine. I'm gonna go pick it up. Oh wait, you have some here. We're here at the wine place. Okay. I'm gonna stand by this
The
shelf
wine
now.
It is the wine place.
To the wine.
That what we
Although
are
I would
doing?
appreciate your wine if
wine
you're offering
house.
free wine.
No,
You know, the extra wine bottle always helps.
Nora gave me some of your wine, and I drank it, and it's under my bed right now.
Okay,
It
fine.
was from 2 nights ago.
It's a precious hoard, you must
Yeah, I
understand.
had a bottle.
Mm-hmm.
There we go. That's one.
Yep.
What did you take?
I need a bottle, actually. One moment.
Holding a bottle.
Never gets better.
It looks like you're winking at me. I can't.
I'm
I can't help
not.
but be taken back by it. I know. That's what it looks like. Okay.
Done
Did you
sitting
take a
in the
bottle or
front.
glasses?
I got a bottle. I should
I was
probably get
waiting for the
glasses.
glass.
One moment.
That was glass.
I only thought of
I thought you were
myself.
getting
I
glasses.
apologize.
I love glass.
Glasses, glasses, glasses. Yeah, here we go.
I don't think she would have to tell you.
Yep, this is completely fine. They wouldn't fall out or anything.
Have you?
Usually
Yes.
they have to tell you.
I'm so sorry.
Ooh. This is very difficult. Okay. Don't fall,
here.
don't fall. Okay.
Oh.
Oh, my arm. I forgot about that. Fuck.
Okay, I have an idea.
That sounds
Tel-
like heavy.
Tel, did you find anything in Solus's technique that you think, if it were you, you know, you'd you know what I mean? Critiquing partners and such.
Right. If I, oh dear. If I must be honest, I, may have lost myself slightly, going into the fight as time went on. So I, stopped taking so much notice. But,
Okay.
with our first bout,
Here we go.
I,
Right. It was really intense.
yes. I, really have no qualms other than, perhaps more aggression, which you already certainly did alongside myself. So, I think we're good. Maybe some friendly sparring might be better for our technique in the future.
Are you alright, Sorley?
Sore.
Oh.
He's sore there.
You are in kicking range. I would be careful.
No, I'm not. I'm at least 2 feet away. And I have a stick.
I'm not afraid of your little stick.
The glasses are also poured, so help yourself.
Oh, okay.
I forgot my bottle.
Oh, God. At least take the open one.
I opened this one.
Yeah.
Would you say wine is a... What? Wine is a light drink to start with, as far as alcohol goes?
It's all we have. I think Cecilia's
depends
pretty
on the
light on
wine.
drinks.
It is very
Favira?
light.
You wanted to try some?
I'm okay.
Literally a bottle right here. I'll actually share it with you here. I do this rarely.
No, it's alright.
Don't give it a shit.
Really?
I don't think she's ever drank before.
I see.
So I inquired.
You want more too?
Not to rat you out.
Sorry?
Oh, you want more tea?
Oh my
No, it's okay. Thank you.
Alright.
Oh my god. I saw a nightmare. The flux.
Everything okay?
Oh my God.
Nothing.
Alright.
I was
It's all fine.
inspecting my belt.
Just enjoying my wine.
Mm-hmm.
But so they inspect her belt.
Oh my.
Oh boy.
Oh.
What is this wine called?
I didn't look. That's a different
Wine.
Oh,
That's a very
It's quite sweet.
good name.
this one's called Stella Has Bad Taste.
Is that really what it says on the label?
Either the label's lying or I am.
I don't drink a lot of wine. I don't really like it as much as the other things.
It's a shame we don't have a bottle of any other alcohols, you know.
I don't really know
Strawberry
much
milk
about
soup.
different types of wine. You're right, Solus. We've been just kind of staring for a while.
Yeah.
Solus?
Do you want to drink
I'm
alcohol?
fine, thank you.
Oh.
Next time you get pissed at me, go to kill me. You're holding back. I could tell. If you're gonna hold back when you're pissed, then what's the point?
Well,
Well, you're an ally. Is
I am.
That is one.
Look, I didn't really intend to get pissed at you, and it wasn't at you directly. I apologize. And it was a larger matter that my team is aware of
It
that
doesn't matter
inflicted
who
my
you
view.
got pissed at or what happened. You take the anger and you push it into battle. That's what I've been doing. We should probably do as well. I've got an explosive anger to you, and you should take that and use that into something that you can abuse in a fight.
Well, it's just a scary thing to do, I suppose, I'll admit. Not every day you,
It's always good to keep yourself
enjoy
in check.
killing, right?
I'll be back.
Okay.
Whoa, she really moved, like from there to there. I didn't even see
Yes,
it.
I didn't even see them. They
She
were
is
that quick.
sneakier than
I
people
saw her
give her
stand
credit. Okay.
She's fast.
She's very silent. Yeah.
I guess.
Nora,
yes.
and me talked about some stuff regarding that. I think it was,
Regarding what? I don't know.
the
I don't know what you're referring
I
to.
won't hold back next time.
Oh, the
but
spa.
I
Yes.
feel it's important to pay
Yes,
respect to
you
your
beating the
opponent.
shit out of me.
Yeah, when I beat the shit. When I beat the shit out of
And
you.
Respect
I
the poor
feel-
man's body.
What did we talk about? Because I think it just evolved into magic. Something about.
It's well, it's okay. I would have preferred if Professor Octavian would have
If
just
that's
had
your
me fight
belief,
you.
then I'm hard pressed to argue.
And,
yeah,
like,
hand to hand.
you know, with my staff, because
Oh, armor.
for me,
The times I've
Next
given
time we
in
do
to
training,
useful,
Just
but I
from
don't
my-
think I could
from
really
my
wear
side,
any.
see
as the
those
enemy,
time
I think it would be
reviews.
too heavy.
I'm killing it.
harass you. Yeah, that's
I don't care what it
true, but
takes.
some
It would
kind
be
of
too
defense,
heavy for
maybe.
me.
I don't care what I sacrifice.
I don't know a lot about spells.
Spells,
killing it.
maybe. I don't know.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I wanna watch
that's,
it drop.
That's defensive spells.
Ooh,
I've been
well,
thinking of actually.
I see.
I mean, it's it's both. It's
Well-
it's a defensive spell. So,
Just make sure your own life isn't the case, right?
cool.
yeah.
Yeah, no, I if I had magic, I'd probably.
My goal is survival, not to end up snapped up by a rift
I don't know
beast.
what it'd be there.
We're soldiers. That's what we do.
Yeah, anything on my side? Like, did you see like a weakness with the range?
I'm gonna take from them what they've taken from
think
me.
you're doing pretty well. I would
If I have to put
protect
my
your
own
head
life
more,
on the
I would
line
say.
for that, then so be it.
Okay. Yeah, that's a good idea. Yeah, my aim. I mean,
I
what was
wasn't
really
shooting to
distracting-
hurt you. I was actively shooting.
There are
to
nights where I
help
hope
you.
those things are actually
It might be
sentient.
good to,
They
when
can
you're
think.
up against a ranged caster to protect your head.
Protect
and
the
your
head
feet.
more. Okay. Well, yeah,
I want
if
to
you could
hug.
insulate
This
this or
area is
something,
quite
'cause
vital. This area is quite vital.
this
If you
is
get
all
hit in the
metal,
face
You
with
know,
snow, it is all
and it
metal.
didn't really help to block it because
It would be good if they could actually
I mean,
process
yeah,
the pain they
exactly.
feel.
That's true.
If
That is true. I hope it didn't hurt.
it
so
actually
much. I
affected
didn't
them
think of it
emotionally.
at the time.
But sadly, it's a
It's metal.
beastly
My heart
enemy.
racing really fast.
Not just some pig.
And it was just
I
strange, I
apologize.
suppose. Bye.
I really wish I could think.
I'm
Have a good
sorry.
night.
Thank you for the tea. I really
No,
need
you're
to
fine.
go handle
Right.
That's alright.
Of course.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Cool. I'm glad we discussed that. Cool. Yeah.
Next
no, thank you
training,
guys
go
for
all
the
out on
tea.
me.
I do feel.
No
Go for the throat. I can manage.
If my blade's sticking in the center of your body, I don't think you'll be managing. You'll be dead. Same goes for you to me.
I don't know.
We
Well,
need restraint, right?
Getting gutted is never good.
I'll admit I was close to attempting such a thing until we were interrupted, and I'm sure you were too.
Ooh boy.
I hate sparring. I've never done it before. It's weird. It's wrong. I'm holding myself back every time I go to attack. Nothing.
I mean,
I can only punch. That's why I like it, because I can do it. I go through with it. I can hit someone. With my sword, I can't finish. Everything feels sloppy, unclean. Everything feels like it's hitting properly because I can't.
We have potions that Bombadil made us one time to dull the effects of weapons. I think you were here at the time, and we used a war drill.
I believe
Slap
the
into a sword.
reference is less to the dullness of a blade and more to the visceral impact and effect.
Right. So it wouldn't be as deadly to take a jab. But I mean that's your call, really. If you do want to do that,
Guess I'm just
focus your anger, because I think exploring that emotion, especially in that situation, is important. It gives you experience to handle such a thing.
it's very important, especially for a caster to keep range of their emotions.
Yeah.
Just. I was doing damage to the damn fucking monster, and then they called it off. I was hurting. It was recoiling. I could see that I was doing. I was hurting a rift beast, for God's sake. I mean, it's like insane, right? That I didn't think they would do it, but then they fucking called it off. I could have kept going. I could have pushed myself further. I could have tapped into more mana. I'm sure I've got summon here somewhere. And I could have kept going. I could have done some bigger fight. I don't know. I could have killed it.
But at what cost?
Could have.
Yeah. I think a good exercise for you would be to get in touch with your anger. Good one.
I think I need that advice as well.
Yes. I just want to not keep listening to those damn things.
That's why we're here. It's not gonna help you to lose focus.
You won't kill a rift beast by acting like one, right?
Outsmart. Outthink it. You're not some rage-fueled animal.
Or at least learn to control it, right?
Keep yourself in check.
There's a lot of learning I've got to do.
Use it when you need to.
Well, it's okay. It's like I said. I think exploring the feeling.
No, exploring.
I mean,
is
the combat
good,
professors
definitely.
probably can have ways to deal with that. I would talk to
Most
maybe
likely.
Nella. Octavian's very intense, and he'd probably just promote you to get yourself killed. I don't know.
Well, I can.
I don't know what that one wants, if I'm going to be honest with you. Finishing this.
Sorry for getting all intense on you. I didn't mean to.
No, it's fine. It's you have to let it out sometime. It's gonna be fine. But from one caster to another, you have to get in range of your emotions. You have to control them before they control you. If you get angry, you get sloppy.
about-
What if you hit a teammate?
Right.
Guess you're right. It's all so confusing. Why is magic so hard?
It gets easier over time, I promise.
I've
But,
gone through so much
yeah.
trying to figure this out. I spent a year just kind of
You don't chant, do you?
thrusting my hand forward.
I was happy that entire
yelled
time. Whoops.
Firebolt. That's about it.
Do you need to yell at the boss?
You didn't have to apologize.
I don't think so. Old man said it helps to spend the time saying something so you can focus on it more, but I don't know. I've never really tried.
But if you don't need it, that might already solve one of your
Cork in my mouth.
answers from earlier.
Why is magic so weird? I get told by one person, or I get told by my old man, it's just get pissed at something and throw your hand about, which I spent a year doing, which only just about worked.
No
and then
offense,
Bellicosa
Sellers.
says...
That's a shit teacher. No offense.
Yeah, well... I don't want to admit it, I don't think my old man is exactly...
I think it might be good to find something that works for you.
Right.
Oh yeah, look at that.
Magic is a very personal.
Yeah, because the tip disappears into your leg. I hope you're not stabbing yourself. That's amazing.
I want to create something. I want to be able to do some sort of magic that makes people happy.
Yeah, what animal?
Something that can make people hopeful. I don't know. Something like those old fairy tales. Maybe I've read too many to other kids, but I want to be something people can talk about and feel safe.
Well,
I want
Solus.
something that kids can run about in their little fields and play and
If anything
pretend.
were to happen to my main weapons, or I didn't have them on me for any reason,
Well, there's nothing that's not to say fire can't be inspiring. Already you lit up our dome's fireplace, you've lit your own. Your fire doesn't just have to be used for horrific burning or means of attack, precisely. It can be used to warm someone, to comfort them,
been caught off
to bring light in the dark.
Yeah.
Think about how to use your spells for good, not just rage or suffering.
It's always better to have a weapon.
As easy as it is to lean into that, I suppose.
Yeah.
Yes.
Guess you're right.
Oh yeah, no, I thought your dagger was like a
Man, you're a lot smarter than I am. How do you do all this stuff? How do you do all this thinking? I think too much and my head starts hurting.
It's it's all I can do.
You're from Droza. I imagine tribe is
When you worry about
The
most
only thing I'm
things,
quite good at.
We had a few.
when you worry about most things, you
Worrying
spend
is
a
one
lot of
thing, it
time
can-
trying to think about how to solve them.
Yeah, but
And it also causes many problems as well.
And combat pretty seriously.
worrying and thinking about things, overthinking, can warp your vision.
That's definitely helpful.
It can
Not
warp
when
the
it's
way you
being
do things.
helpful.
They're just talking
Certainly
It's a
warp
range of emotions,
mine.
controllable state.
Well,
Which is good for
Val has retired for the night, I believe.
Not everything.
overthink.
Seems like it.
You
Well,
might
then next time we duel, maybe don't try and kill me, but don't hold back on me, alright?
It's good not to get
Right.
let others get good. For sure.
Really? Why didn't you just use the other hand?
I've got wine in it.
Yeah, but it's just, you're holding it already, just clink it.
Oh, shit.
No!
Anyway,
was that
now
on the
I'm done
carpet, I
being
swear.
angry.
It's on the table.
More importantly, how do you guys afford so much wine?
Well, they just happened, and I was upset.
Stella has ties to
How do you
nobility.
have so much?
You see, Stella knows this really famous noble called Cecilia, and they're good friends. And Cecilia keeps sending Stella wine. I can't believe it.
Right.
Well, at some point I just realized.
Well, I feel bad now, because I kind of... Well, I'm not fucking Stella at training, so I'm not really on the good side.
Because I remember the last time.
If I can get on the good side, so I can know there's Cecilia, so I can get some money.
I'll give you a tip.
Tea? Like we have tea.
Rehab.
We have tea bags and coffee in our room. Like, how do you guys have that?
Feel good.
Maybe we could
We can
trade.
once we run out, I can start making my own.
Oh, that also works.
I don't think
Also,
Formidable would be
Solus,
opposed to the idea.
know what that is, but
if you want to get on,
sure.
Want to get on Stella's good side, it's very simple.
I
All you need to do
have to remind
is this
myself that
motion
he's on
when
our
you
side.
next see her.
And that while he may not care for us on a
This?
personal level,
Yes.
he's trying to fight the same
That
fight
precisely.
he is. I may not agree with his methods.
Okay.
but he is
She'll understand and appreciate you more because of it.
Only when she has her jacket open. She really likes
yes, yes.
to do that.
But we don't need to.
If we do it when it...
We just need to learn from him.
Alright.
It doesn't make any sense when she has it closed.
That is true. Only when it's open.
Doesn't make any sense anyway.
It's a gesture of noble influence that shows friendship and compassion.
Doesn't open up very much.
Oh, is it some proper smug
You're
like,
being
oh,
thoughtful.
look at me, I'm so rich and posh and look
No,
at my
you're being-
amazing shirt.
You're being it's a thoughtful gesture.
Oh. Well, I should start learning how to do that at some point. Got a bad case of blood with rich people. Used to throw rocks at the windows.
I see her like a family.
Yep, I understand that, that sometimes they can probably afford to repair the windows, right? So,
Yeah, it's kind of you live in a
Nobles can be
gutter for a
quite
few
troublesome.
years,
They
and you'd
think
see
they
them
just-
living my
that's
life.
so
Oh, there
much.
goes my leg. Don't mind. No, it's just
stress or nothing.
Nothing
nothing.
is wrong. You know what? I'm just gonna walk back and forth very slow. I can't walk back and forth. I'm really fucking quick. All right, I'm gonna do this. I'm just very excited.
I'm really
That's
so
fine.
excited.
He's so excited.
Holy shit, I've never seen somebody so excited before.
I taught him the gesture, and it's all that was needed.
Well, I am gonna try and get some sleep now. I think now's an appropriate time.
I'm not doing it to you. Oh,
But
sorry, you were
yeah,
saying,
thank
Solus.
You're not
you for
speaking,
having us
Phil.
over. It was lovely. You're not doing anything.
There you are.
Sorry, I was speaking from my mind this entire
I
time.
will.
Mm.
Yes.
It's
I
fine.
will get going. Apologies for my
Alright.
little outburst.
Have a lovely evening.
It happens. Oh, and let me know if you ever want a bedtime story read to you or something. And it's weird, but I've been doing it to Tara every so often, and it's nice. I know it reminds me of. Anyway, have a good night.
You too.
Goodbye.
We're all on the same side around here.
That's not a request.
He's interesting.
Yeah. He's human.
Yes, human.
I'd take a hit for you. I assume you'd do the same.
I don't think I've ever interacted with so many humans before coming here.
No, there's so many of them. Usually I was running away from them, I'll admit. They all usually hated me,
Spent my
especially.
And tell me about it. I spent most of my life, in my early stages of life, in a secluded little village, too scared of its own shadow. Then when I left, I spent the rest of my time with an elf. So I didn't run into many humans.
I see. Now, was the elf with a good person? Evil?
It's harsh.
Harsh.
It's an elf. So, that.
Ah. 40.
He's harsh, but he means well. That's what I meant by being thrown here to be forgotten. It's maybe not necessarily what he's doing. They live for so long. They only live a blink of their lifetime. So,
That I understand too well.
being sent here helps to forget.
makes it easier for him. If I manage to accomplish something here, all I want is for him to remember me in a good light, or remember me at all.
Well,
I owe him quite literally everything.
if it's expectations you seek to meet, that what the I'll ignore that. If it's expectations you seek to meet, then I have no doubts that you'll be able to do so here. As strange as this place is and its approaches to culture and people, we are, quite frankly, in the words of the professors, here to save the world, right? So, I suppose there's some importance there.
What is your reason for...
I am...
Not the public one.
The... Publicly, of course, it's survival. That's all I could think of. The,
Are you asking for something specific?
The reality is, Anura, I know nothing of my past since I woke up in the outskirts of Solaris. My first memories are being chased by a horde of bloodthirsty men after me and the weapon I held. I remember they screamed out after it. Must have been important. But outside of surviving on the streets and making do where I could, I not once learned who or what I once was. I have no idea. My past. I hope to uncover something here, or at least to get to the bottom of what this weapon is, its origin. Perhaps even this stone, curse or no curse, or whatever it may be. But I think most of all, I think I'm seeking a reason to escape who I once was. The time I spent patrolling those streets, prowling around, hunting for meals by stealing them from stools, and running for my life from angry merchants, was not something I'd like to be remembered by. Now, if individuals could tell the story of Tel'Kahras, Drakshar, who defied the standard left by his kind, who...
The Drakshar that saved the world.
That would be a mighty title, but I don't want anything so glamorous. I'd settle for Drakshar, who was a valiant warrior, went out with a bang, helped those who were in need, or ruled a mighty empire. That one's stretching it, really. Maybe not that one. I would love an empire someday. Could you imagine that? I could act all like Cecilia, sitting in a throne and being... sleeping all the time does sound quite good. Yes.
If you would be able to work on your self-image, I'm pretty sure you could do your race's reputation proud.
Well, maybe I'll think of some ways to improve my self-image then. Of course, any tips would be quite appreciated. I'm not exactly the best at this, am I?
Who is, right?
True.
I will also disclose to you one of the real reasons that I'm here. I want to know. This ties in with my earlier conversation. I want to know what the rifts are. They are what they do. Rift beasts do.
Walks.
Oh. Hello.
Oh.
Am I intruding?
You're welcome to join.
Of course.
We're talking about our secondary reasons. If you understand the gist.
Not the ones you'd say to Professor
Of course.
Octavian.
Right.
I could call it a morbid curiosity.
Nothing wrong with curiosity.
You would say you think that. I would love the opportunity to study one of those things. Able to go so. That's why capture was one of the first things I thought of. As risky as it is, I want to know. When it happened, I was outside. In a forest by myself. So, that's how it goes. Wasn't great. You know, the rifts and shit.
Yes.
But, yeah. Ever since I haven't been able to stop thinking about it. I need to know what it is. And I'm going to find out whether it's the last thing I do or not.
I think that's quite a
It'll
valiant
kill
goal.
me otherwise. I have to know.
Then you truly are a scholar.
Yeah, a scholar on the battlefield. Oh.
Rather have a scholar than a bumbling idiot.
That's a fair statement.
Already have Stella for that.
At least a bubbling idiot can throw hands.
True.
Okay. I'm good at being. I'm good at taking punches, not feeling any. I'm only good from afar.
But I'm no good from afar, and neither is Sorelia, yet here we are, looking at you as a valued teammate, because...
I mean, she has a shield. She could be good from afar. At least in defense.
Yeah. But people have gotten past it before.
For a range attack, I would say the same thing I said, Jacqueline. Protect your head. It's the first thing people aim at.
Yeah.
Taking out the vision or the incantation of another caster is first priority. If they need a chant, that is.
Noted. Yes, if it's innate, that's an entirely
See
different
it?
problem.
You see somebody chanting, you punch them in the face.
Got it. Interrupt them. Okay, I'll keep that in mind.
Interruption.
If Solus yells out Firebolt, we'll get as far as
I
the
don't think
fire.
he needs it. As you said before. I sent him to Terrace, but I'd have an affinity fire. With as much how he likes it and his fiery personality, I wouldn't be surprised.
I did just have a thought regarding what you mentioned. You wanted to capture a Rift Beast, right?
Yeah.
Well, Professor Lupe might have some insight on such a thing. She once said to me that in order to create an illusion, you must study a target. And you must examine its every movement, its patterns, the way it breathes, sounds, feels even. She summoned an illusory rift beast today. Perhaps she's got some knowledge on the subject. If she hasn't captured one,
I'm going to be real.
someone up close.
I've never. She's an incredible cast. I've seen her cast several things. The way she holds herself. It's like I've never seen kind of stuff before. I've never dealt with illusionary magic either. It was so real. She must have mastered that spell. I wonder how it is.
Well, she's available to ask. Might be worth pursuing.
It's true. I leave the illusions up to you.
Of course.
It's not for me. I don't. It's a very interesting. I wouldn't mind studying it, but I don't think I have to. So.
Yes, it's certainly easier when I suppose you have an affinity for such a thing. Although then again, you can
be
develop
earned,
them, right?
but
Yes.
yeah.
Well,
I
besides,
think what might be
still-
good for me
Hmm.
is
I was just going to mention, I still think it may be worth bringing up your whole interest in rift beasts, as it were, and examining them at least.
maybe. So much potential there to learn, and it's just because from it's. I heard somebody else mention that after I think it was Amari. What's her name? What their name? I'm not sure. That it melts after it dies. Leaves little behind.
That is odd.
So, capturing something that alive. Be the only way to learn anything.
It is a conundrum.
If we did capture one, why would we even keep it? Without it breaking free and causing a havoc.
That is a very good point. I think we should keep it in the staff
That's
dorms.
where a binding spell comes in handy.
It's beyond the circle I can cast. Could be an end goal. I might look into the logistics of that. But then again, having bindings works in something I would have to keep up. I don't have an infinite source of mana, and I can't keep chugging potions. It'll make me sick.
Perhaps multiple could cast the same spell.
Maybe.
Perhaps.
Learn the limits of its strength, stain it with actual physical change. Might be useful to put it somewhere it can't escape.
Sounds like a team effort.
Yeah.
Well,
Probably.
let's find
And
a
also,
rift beast first,
they're
shall we?
lost. Yeah. It would be good too, but never hurts to think ahead.
Right. Personally, I'm dreading the idea. I mean, if we do kill a rift beast, actually, if we capture it, we don't have to do that. But if we do kill a rift beast, I need to carry Cecilia. I absolutely dread that idea. I fear it so much.
I thought you said 2 rift beasts.
Make it free now. I've changed my mind.
5.
5 sounds better.
You know what? After we've closed the rift, after we've closed our first rift, you'll carry her.
I can't even fathom how we're going to do that, so that sounds great.
Me either. That's the point.
Great. Cecilia will never be carried by
I
my
think something
hands.
for her as well. Something that would be good is forcing her to do her own tasks. Might be a good learning curve.
You know,
We can't have begging people to do all the work for her.
the prior day when I did
And there was actually, I don't know if you guys knew, but I remember Caleb telling me. Apparently she had told, well, that she, or they were eating Madari.
Oh, not this.
Yeah, that rumor circled around.
I'm not going to lie, that seems like the worst idea I've ever heard. First of all, like, cats are carnivorous. Carnivorous animals is not something you usually eat. You don't know what that's been, you don't know what is eaten.
I never
Second
really
of all,
viewed
they
it
seem
that way.
semi-sentient.
That is the issue I have. They're so, you know, well, they are sentient actually. Not semi. They yes, they have thoughts and feelings of their own. I remember
any
this one
animal does.
Madari. I swear it pulled at my leg the one time and gave me such a strange look in the eyes, and I think I ignored it. And, well, I never really understood it, but had a mind of its own.
I saw that really big one there.
Oh,
I
he
didn't
was
even know that
giant.
he'd get that big.
Yes. I thought that was a furry
I don't know
Viking.
much about this.
I'm sorry, but I was just a little caught off
Viking
guard.
don't get that big. Sorry.
Well, I didn't think Madari got that big. So I assumed Vike could get fluffy.
Perhaps. I mean, have you seen Bombadil's face?
Oh, that is true. He's about 5 moustaches away from being a bear.
That's a very small bear.
Dangerous things come in small packages.
Bombadil the bear cub.
Why is that? That sounds far too appealing. Oh dear.
I don't think that old man could hurt anything if he tried.
Oh, I
Maybe by
wouldn't be so
throwing
sure.
something at it, but he himself, no unarmed, I don't think so.
He was showing me his stick abilities
now,
earlier. Could definitely knock you off your feet.
Hope he didn't whack you too hard.
Oh, he was just demonstrating. I would have liked to have whacked him, but that's a different matter. I learned something far more valuable.
If you whack him, he might crumble to dust.
Probably a good alchemical ingredient, he'd like that.
Maybe. Maybe that's on his will after he dies. We turn his bones into bone meal and make a potion out of them.
The bomber potion.
A bomber
He'd
bomb.
be so
A
proud.
bomber bomb, yes.
Oh man.
Excellent. So, Zorelia, what brings you to our neck of the dorms?
Neck of the evening.
Yes.
I live here.
That's true.
I understand that, but
I meant conversation.
yes.
Oh. Well, I'm not quite ready to sleep, I guess. I was just letting book to read. I'll probably do that when you head to bed.
May I ask what time I could... Oh.
Arcturus gave it to me to get started with the basics of magic.
Oh.
It's
I
gonna
wouldn't
take
mind
me a
helping out
while.
with that in the morning.
I would appreciate it. I am
No worries.
a bit of a slow reader, you could say.
I feel that all too well.
Yeah, no shame.
No, reading and writing was not a necessary teaching where I come from.
I could see why. I can't read and write, but I also can't swim. I can read and write, but I can't swim. So, you know, with
I
different
couldn't
values,
swim.
different areas.
Someone taught me to swim, though, and I can teach you if you'd like. It's a very good skill. Just got to stay away from the angry fish.
Maybe. I don't. With my magic, I don't.
Oh.
Sure. Why not?
With my magic, if I don't, it's a little. No. And I don't want to drown.
It's okay. I'll make sure you don't drown. I promise.
Please.
Look, I have these wings. I'll admit they can't really hold my weight,
In water?
but they do come in handy in water, I found.
Do they?
They help as flotation devices.
I guess
If I lay down flat
the surface area.
and I put my face in the
You might
water
want to
when
lay
I've had a
down flat
water
the
breathing
other way
potion,
around.
I won't drown. Oh, that's a good idea. We could get water breathing potions. I remember that. That's how I learned.
My only gripe with that would be getting wet and then having to cast magic.
Right. Because of your... Ah, I get it.
Yes.
What if it
That's
rains?
why I
What do
would
you
like to
do?
learn some other I don't know. I don't... Look, before this, my studies were purely, like, academical. So, I didn't fight, I didn't, you know, do any of that stuff. I was purely reading, practicing. A lot of the time, just a lot of theory. A lot of theory. Oh.
Well, in my personal experience, when it rained on the way over to this academy on the boat that I took and it was a thunderstorm, that lightning still struck the sea, even though there was water above, water below, and water with it. So surely there's some way you could control it and not shock yourself.
I mean, probably. It's a superstition, I would say. It's just I don't want to end up hurting myself.
Well, if an
It
angry
is
fish
with an
attacks
affinity,
us,
it's just... Oh.
I
Yes,
will
and
deal
then I
with the
electrocute
angry
everything
fish.
in a small area. Thank you, because I don't want to shock everybody around me. That's if I'm underwater and we have to fight something, and I have to dispel magic, which currently is electricity. It would probably go to the nearest things in my vicinity, which would also count as you.
Look, I really
That
did
just
enjoy
spreads.
the electrically infused tea, but I don't want any more of the electric part.
Yeah, I had to check in with Jackson a couple times to make sure I didn't have to.
Oh
I
dear.
forgot that his shields and his spear were both conductive.
Oh.
If I hit Val when he's in armor, I think that would hurt a lot.
I think
That's
you
why
found
I want
his
to go
leash.
over Arcturus' spell one more time, make sure I get it right. What?
Oh, you know, if he threatens you at any time, say with a big angry hammer, you can just zap.
I mean,
He
I
threatened
hope I
me,
don't. He's not threatened me before.
but he
Why does he threaten
will
you?
if he threaten me. Yes, he threatened me in my room and forced me to reveal my secret.
Your what?
Pleasant.
The Drakshaw.
Oh, the
Yes.
the thing.
He seems to want a leadership role
Why?
around here. Interesting.
Little too commanding, though.
Yes, I don't know where his leadership was during the Rift Beast encounter. But
Yes.
I don't
Seemed
like
to
being
fall
barked at. I don't appreciate.
No.
His points were valid that he made. I mean, in his words, when he did find out, he promised to protect me, that my secret was safe with him, and all of that. And that if anyone did mean me harm, that he would, of course, be the first to protect me. So I suppose he's not all bad, really.
Maybe. I know Kingsley still has that conversation with him. After our previous encounter with Octavian, after Val, well, there's no better way to put it. Beat the shit out of Kingsley.
Yes.
Kingsley thinks that Val is upset with him because he managed to beat him because other people and he refused to speak to him after.
I see. Well, that seems easily resolved, provided we can get Val to sit down and talk, rather than walking off to train, or to... He's not looking, is he? No, okay. Or to,
I think he's asleep.
Good. I was just worried, you know, doesn't hurt to check. Could strike from behind at any time. But, anyways, yes, if he's not walking off to train or to grab a glass of water when his teammates are injured. Thank you, by the way, for putting up with me.
No worries. I still feel bad, if I'm going to be honest.
It's fine, really. I mean, at least now you know my reasons for being the worst, right?
I asked for clarification, too. No, you're not the worst, though. It's... with... I can't be the only one, because I did ask for clarification at first. And she stated, no, amongst you. Yes, she did. She did say amongst us. And then I tell her, and she's like, oh no, it's not what I meant. It's like, don't backpedal on me now.
Yeah.
Oh, we value you.
You're not the
Sure.
worst
Yes,
of us.
Octavian values us very much. Thank you.
We all have our skills. There's no pinpointing a worst of us. You can do things that I can't. I can do things that you can't. Same for Nora and just about anyone on the team. We're all needed here.
Right. Huh. Oh dear, you're making me feel all warm and fuzzy. Ugh. Ugh.
I think we've had enough of that today.
Yes.
Yeah, very much.
I have to say I prefer it though, over the cold shoulders that our team used to have.
Oh, most definitely.
What was it like?
Oh, you know, you'd walk in through the doorway, Aurelia would look at you, go, and then walk off.
Yes, nobody spoke.
I heard about previous members?
Yes. If we were to meet, it was because of a mission or to be yelled at. Otherwise, we were scarce. We were not friends. We could count on one another, at least.
That's
but outside
true.
of that, there was nothing there.
Now there's infinite wine. And good company.
Not infinite. Infinite is when you have infinite one, when you can learn to make your own. And with the building plans for the communal house, I was going to talk with Bombaril making meats and other things.
I fully support this decision as Tel'Kahras, a member of Team Lumen. And all the power that title holds.
So that's already useful. And have to get those in order.
We have bees.
You do have bees, yeah. You have beehives.
Oh dear.
And there's enough plant life around, so it's probably wildflower honey because of all the, wild flowers. So. And the blossoms from the fruit trees and other vegetables and such. So.
Ingredients everywhere. I was studying the plants at the academy ground the other day, but not once did I see a single bee. Now I've learned they exist here, and I'm interested and terrified.
If you go to the farm, you'll see them. You'll hear them as well.
This sounds like a trip for tomorrow.
We could do.
Show me the bees.
So, I think it's like we have the fields and then the beehives. The wooden box.
I may have passed them once. Twice. Probably once. I rarely go down there, I'll admit.
I don't go there very often either. I think I've been there like twice.
Shame, because it's such a nice looking place.
Another nice looking place that me and Kingsley have both found, Ram 2, was there's a little cave next to the graveyard. It's very peaceful. Very hidden.
Perhaps you could show us sometime.
Good to know.
Sure. It's after Solus had gotten all of the Unsorted into trouble, and we weren't allowed to sleep or eat for 1 or 2 days. I don't remember. Me and Kingsley at least. Ram went off to his the we kept watch on each other so we could take a small nap. Make sure nobody was coming around. At least if we get some sleep in. That Solus needs to learn when to shut his mouth towards it. Very steadfast in his own personal views.
Oh yes, absolutely. Especially when he asked me to put a blade in his throat.
I do feel kind of bad though. I was the only one out of every Unsorted to think that he should face his own punishment for 2 days. He's not that bad.
Sounds like he brought it upon himself.
I mean, he did. And he was continuously talking back to Professor Skayet. Who was as stuck-up noble human woman as you can find. Good intentions, but noble. Human noble nonetheless.
Yeah, she does have that demeanor about her.
Yeah. The punishment was that he was exempt from it, and he was not allowed to participate in it, so he would have to watch us suffer for a day without food or sleep. And he kept talking back, and it turned to 2 days without food or sleep. He kept going, and then they gave us the chance to either endure the full 2 days, or either do it all as a team for 1 day, or let him endure it on his own for 2 days. And I was the only one who voted against him. I do.
Well, if he was a member of Team Lumen, I suppose I'd vote to do it with him. If I was a member of the Unsorted, along with all the other Unsorted who had nothing to do with it, I would have said he could suffer the punishment alone. So I'm with you on that.
I mean, my only previous experience with him was him threatening to use his fire magic on our wooden boat in the middle of the ocean. So
I've
my
heard of
impression of
this.
him wasn't quite good.
He's intelligent too. Wow.
Mm-hmm.
He cooked my food once, you know.
quite.
Well, warmed it up.
He has no idea of magical safety whatsoever.
Maybe I shouldn't let him warm up my food. Might burn off my hand.
Which is also why I advised him against setting our stove on fire. Or even lighting the fire, which he did, which, you know, our dome is still intact, but, you know. A wayward fireball can do a lot of damage. There's a reason the professors don't want us casting spells outside of the arena. Or without supervision. As wonderful and useful as magic can be, it can be quite dangerous used incorrectly.
That's true. Should he have set fire to the wine, there might have been a serious
dry up.
issue.
Also, I have a question. Those wine bottles in the warehouse, have they always been there, or are those also Cecilia's?
They've always been there, to my knowledge.
Then I wouldn't drink this.
They're special. I know Bombadil
It might
sometimes
taste like a
orders in
vinegar.
drinks. Oh, vinegar?
Could be. If wine sits for too long, it turns into vinegar.
That's true.
It becomes sour.
I never considered this, you know. Every time I came across an aged wine bottle on a market stall that I took for myself, it seemed rather pleasant, you know, the older it was.
I mean, yes, but I mean, aged wine is a thing, but if it sits for too long, we don't know how long those bottles have been there. Might not be wise.
Right.
Let's stick with
Who knows what
Cecilia's
you'll
stash
unleash
for
by
now.
opening them.
Yeah. Oh god, the smell. It could
Next
be
time
good to
an
make more
unsorted
vinegar,
student comes in, it sounds like a good pranked pull.
though. Oh no. Please. That's
Come on, I need to work
maybe
some
good
form of
prank,
magic.
Let's see with you. Also, you're a little up high.
Down low.
Too slow.
I might retire for tonight.
Yes, I too
It's-
am
Yeah.
tired.
Had some good talks
Exhausting.
there. The share
Oh,
the others
yes.
weren't there.
Truly. Although, oh god, I've got to tell Cecilia. I'm not telling her.
Don't tell her. She might tell everyone.
That's true.
Well, Bombadil did say it's important to be open if your secret is out anyways, and it's something I should be proud of. Perhaps I should take the first
Do
step
what you're
by
comfortable with, Cal.
telling at least the team captain, right? Kingsley first, so Kingsley's far more important.
I doubt he minds.
Right.
Quite an open individual.
I doubt he'd even know what a Drakshaw was anyways, right?
Didn't know either, so...
I don't know why I worried.
If I may ask, what
Hmm.
type of elven? If don't have to answer if you don't like.
Well, from my image at least, and suggestions from others, and curses I've had yelled out at me. My lineage would suggest Sun Elf, either as my mother or father, but I'm unsure.
I could see that.
Never... Well, perhaps I did once know them. Not that I'd remember. Oh right, that's an entire thing to tell you about sometime, Aurelia. But I'll save it for another day.
Let's save it for another day. I think the
Yeah.
day has been quite a day.
Sure. We'll talk about it.
Definitely. Oh, and please let us all make fun of Stella and mention how we spoke about our secrets with each other when she wasn't present, because that's what she wants us all to do with her.
I can't wait until Solus actually does it. I want to see it.
Oh, it's got to happen.
I want to be there so bad. Oh, that'd be hilarious. But yeah. Did you look at us, really?
Yes. Half the campus was running around naked. I didn't want anyone coming in.
What the f...
Excuse me.
What?
Did they go to Aqua, or what happened?
It was.
Why did you
Ignis,
go
I think.
look outside? Why was they your first?
I thought everyone might be hallucinating or something. Some sort of wild magic
No,
running
they were
amok.
definitely, yeah, I don't really want to see it ever again,
Snowballs?
really. I think so. They got
Let's hope
Jackson.
so.
After
Actually,
chasing
no. Let's
a
hope they
realm
were drunk.
around.
Maybe it's an infection of some kind.
Let's hope they weren't sober, because, you know, that would make it less weird.
I'm closing the curtains in case they notice.
Yeah,
Right.
I can't reach those, so please.
I'll look at this one. You know, they might try to break in and take our clothes off.
You know what? Let's lock the upstairs as well.
That sounds great. Wait, I'm downstairs. Shit.
She's
I'm
locking the
upstairs.
upstairs door.
I don't know if Val locked this.
Oh, this one.
Nope. There. Well, I'm sure we'll be safe.
I'm
Good
sure.
night.
Good night.
Strong naked lunatics will enter our dome without second thinking. At
It
least that's
wouldn't
how-
surprise me, the
Maybe they'll
things I've
smash a
seen.
window. It'll be funny.
Solus might start throwing rocks at noble windows, trying to break them down. Stella's in danger, be careful.
Oh, I'd like to see them try. That'd be fun. Good target practice.
That's true.
Still have
Aren't
the
you
best
high and
defense
mighty
Warhammer
up there?
gave me. I mean, it's a good vantage point.
My neck is kind of straining already.
I can't hear you.
My
that.
neck is kind of straining already.
Welcome to my world.
I see. I'm sorry for your plight. I'll sit down in the future all the time.
Don't. It's fine.
Okay.
Alright, I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Yes.
Have a good
See you in the
night.
morning. Good night. Good night. And,
Well. I don't want you asking any questions or making any assumptions.
right?
Alright? You promise?
I promise. Yes. Whatever it is. You... Okay.
I'll tell you about it another time.
Okay. Was it the
It
birds?
wasn't Avi. It was not the birds. You would be surprised. Good night, Tel'Kahras.
Good night, Aurelia. I have you back. I have you back. finally on my... Sorry, Val. Quiet. Oh, we'll put that on. Oh, much better. Oh. Back to normal. Didn't need that thimble after all. Well, let's go ahead and get ready, shall we? Put it all back. Maybe on top this time. For once. Don't think I can't trust anyone here. Well, how pleasant. Today was eventful. But I suppose it was a good outcome. I'm scared for what the future might bring now, but my team seemed to be loyal. Compassionate even, I might say. Guess I did find friendship after all. And end of RP. Ooh, a long one again, I feel. I'm not actually sure what the time is, but we'll have a look. Oh. Let's see. Ah, not too late. Well, it is, but not super duper late. Oh, okie dokie. Right, so we've got a few people here. So I'm going to go ahead and do my usual Q&A at the end. If anyone's got any questions they'd like to ask, whether that's in character or out of character stuff, I'll answer to the best of my abilities or to what I can right now. And I'll just get setting up my usual stuff. Fox, I will go to bed in a moment, my friend. That's the wrong screen. It doesn't matter. Let's sort that out real quick. Whoa. Camera. Look at this speed. Oh, look, there's two of us. There we go. And we'll just turn off our camera real quick. There, perfect. That should look good. Great, okay. Questions, anyone, if you have them? I'll be walking into the chat so you can see my wings or whatever. Okay, right. And so another day ends at Rosewood. Yes, indeed. Will Tel have permanent damage from the arm? So it won't be permanent. It will be maybe a minor thing I'll bring up for a day or two in RP and during downtime stuff as well. But it won't be actual full permanent damage. If there was an injury dealt by a actual Rift Beast or an enemy that could do such a thing, then there would be more severe recovery time. But due to it being training, I'm going to treat it just slightly lighter. So yeah. Hope the new recruits are prepared for their first mission. Yeah, me too. We'll see how that goes. That should be fun. I also wonder what teams the professors will choose for that, whether it's the Lumen and Terra tryouts, the Ignis and Ventus, I believe, tryouts, or whoever else. We'll see. Box. No problem for snapping, man. It was good RP. Keep it up, dude. I loved it. I love the Round and Tell rivalry. It's so fun. Plus, that created an entire dynamic that just added to the session as a whole with Team Lumen too. So that was fun. Keep it up, man. Thanks, Daniel. See you next time, same week, same place. Yes, I'll see you then. Okay, right. Well, there's a couple of things answered, a couple of thoughts. I'm not going to leave it too late, so I'm not super duper tired tomorrow morning. So, we'll end it here. Thank you everyone for watching episode number 6 of Rosewood Academy. I'm probably going to rename this to Truth Revealed or something fancy as a title instead, as it's a bit more fitting on my end and personal. So yeah, I hope that everyone had fun watching, has an awesome day, night, evening, whatever it may be for you, and I will catch you next week at the exact same time, live on Twitch at 11 PM GMT on a Tuesday evening/night. Or, alternatively, if you like watching my VODs, you can view them on YouTube or on Twitch. They're up on YouTube on a Wednesday, and they are also captioned with chapters to the end Q&A and from the starting points and any crashes that might happen, but those seem to be fixed now. But yes, thank you very much for watching, and until the next time. See you then, guys. Bye-bye. Quick little extra from Basic Destroys here. Will Tel become a leader? Who knows? I don't know. We'll see how things pan out. See you, FaZe. Bye-bye.